you guess.
All
Okay.
right, well, let's get started. So, welcome back, everyone, to Eoqialyn. As usual, let's. I think we're on number 6. I think this is number 6 of season 2,
Mhm.
which also does include the like half episode. So it's kind of like episode 5.5. Um, let's start with a quick recap. What happened? What happened last time? Some shit happened last time is the answer to that question.
Yeah. Well, yeah, some shit happened. Oh my god. Okay.
How did we start?
We started with Raleigh doing a scene which
Oh,
revealed
that's right.
which revealed his relationship with and allegiance to Bridget, and I never remember her last name. It starts with like an M, right?
Marius. Bridget
Marius. Bridget
Marius.
Marius. Who is a member of the Masks. And basically had a conversation with her about sort of like the situation that had gone on the previous session where Alexander had sort of walked into their operation unknowingly.
Hello.
um, and then basically set up plans for later in the night when there was going to be a soiree. And the Masks, wanted to basically kidnap the physician that was going to be at the party, and basically question him for reasons. And Bridget was asking Raleigh to assist her with that, which he agreed to do. And then he kind of went back to the rest of the party. That was the very beginning.
Then what happened? So, Alexander and Dorian. Well, Dorian specifically.
Right,
You had a
more so,
conversation
yeah.
with your mother.
Yes. I chatted with my mom, and she wanted me to do two different things during the soiree. One was to discuss matters with the headmaster about gaining entry into the university, and well, that was more so for Dorian himself, but she wanted me to further discuss the funding essentially for the weapons, the bolt guns.
Mhm.
And the second thing she wanted me to take care of was kind of being the person that showed Bridget around, Bridget Marius. And I said, I've got a buddy that's perfect for that sort of thing. Seeing as I am a gentleman and already had a date for this soiree, I passed the torch over to Alexander in order to show Bridget a good time at the soiree.
What was the reason for doing that? Do you remember?
To keep... Yes, it was to distract more Bridget's father.
Mm-hmm.
I can't remember specifically from what.
Basically, she wanted to make sure that he wasn't interfering with talks with the with the headmaster, and like generally meddling in things, kind of just to keep him distracted, so that she could do her thing and that you could do your thing.
Okay. Which I believe went over pretty successfully.
It did go. Alexander, tell us how successfully it went.
I don't know. That's a good question, because while Alexander was prepared and told about this, he learned the name of the person he was supposed to distract, initially having no problem with it, now not having a problem with it, but with a little more eyebrow raising, after recognizing the name. So as the party gets started, Alexander does find Bridget, and he does spend the evening with her, and it seems to be successful in terms of distracting her father from meddling in any other affairs. If I remember correctly, the Morius and the Caldwells are rivals, or am I getting that with a different
correct,
family?
yes.
They are rivals. That was one of the big reasons too. So yes, kind of, it was working out very well so far. Basically, most of Alexander's time was spent doing that, which was beneficial because it was also him kind of keeping an eye on her in his own way, wondering like what's her deal at the moment,
Sure.
Not knowing any of the other details, which were later revealed, sorta. But the soiree was going great.
The soiree was going great, and so
Dorian did have a chance during the soiree after dancing around with his date Millie.
Mildred.
Millie. It's Millie to Dorian.
Oh.
And his player totally guessed it right the first time. And anyways, he was able to break away from the dancing floor for a little bit to go and have a conversation with the headmaster. And he was able to convince the headmaster to perhaps be a part of the manufacturing crew for these guns for the safety.
Yeah. At least to
at least have a conversation at the university, and he gave him access to going there the next morning, I believe.
He also mentioned that like production's not easy or going on really, right? Like,
yes, we are woefully low on the lumidium.
The materials.
Refined lumidium for crafting these guns.
The headmaster also was able to have a brief word with Anastas, and requested a conversation with Anastas as well.
Yes. He does want. After speaking with him, you all get the impression that he wants to speak with you about what's going on.
Yeah.
But not at the party, because crucially there's eavesdroppers, and there's the conversation he wants to have is not soiree material.
Definitely a big hook for what to do next.
Right. He did offer you an invitation, however, so you can enter the university. Crucially.
Awesome.
Then what happened?
Well, then a rapping at the door. We were, I believe, at this point. This was when the soiree was interrupted by an absolutely massive corrupted that dwarfed even Anastas. Anastas leapt into action, trying to save the humans from suffering the same fate as it. And an epic battle ensued. We attempted to get people out of the window. The beast kind of all cornered us in the dance room or the ballroom where we were all kind of meeting. Heavy blows were exchanged. The beast attempted an escape, and Anastas, not knowing any better and wanting to save as many lives as possible, made chase and ended up paying the ultimate price. For the first time, a creature was able to best him handily and collapsed in a pile of bones. His compatriots rushed to its defense, but unfortunately no one was able to bring the beast down. The session ended with a worried party, frantic Dorian and Alexander collecting the remains of their fallen compatriot, rushing to Crispin's Curiosities to make contact with the Najit.
There is one additional thing that happened during the combat. And that's that Dorian...
revealed his...
Dorian summoned a fireball once he saw Anastas go down to... Trying to at least get the monster away from him, he blew the fireball up next to the creature. However, it was enough to bring it down. It kind of ran away, still ignited and absolutely horrified of the flames. Before Dorian ran over, scooped up Anastas, asked for some help, and then him and Alexander rushed off into the night to try and save their friend's life.
And that is where we are going to start today's session. So, Anastas, you lie in a pile of bones wrapped in cloth in Dorian's arms. Dorian, looking down at your friend weakly, his jaw kind of creaks open and close as his teeth chatter against one another, hollow. The only sound is bone against gilded bone and a faint wind like a moan or a whistle. You're sort of rushing through the Arkaedyvan streets, following Alexander. You being not familiar with Crispin's Curiosities or where it is, he is guiding you through the streets, but your leg burns underneath you as you hobble down the damp streets behind him. And in fact, as you are hastening, you stumble on some uneven cobble and lurch forward. Anastas, in this like bundle in your arms, sort of like slips out of your grip. I need you to make a quick check to avoid scattering his remains across the street.
Oh, I'm so good at these.
Ruh-roh.
Oh, by one. Okay, so you stumbling forward, you let Anastas out of your grip as you fall and lurch forward, and Anastas's bones go skittering and scattering across the cobblestone, and you fall into a heap amidst them. Alexander, you whip around and see that there are bones all over the place.
Oh, shit! And Dorian will begin scrambling to try and pick up some of these bones. And as you see him doing this, Alexander, you also notice the cuff of his jacket is beginning to smolder and burn, like right at the wrist, and it begins going up his forearm.
Alexander will try to help it. It's okay, Dorian, it's okay. Calm. Stay calm.
Anastas, I'm not sure where you were at for death saves, so we're going to start you back at 0, but I am going to have you make another death save right now.
D20.
Yes, it's a D20.
On this page. So to roll is there's a command in the enter in this little, right? Is it just D20?
It's I believe it is like /roll space 1d20. Yes, that's exactly what it is. Okay, so you got a 12. So you slip closer towards death, finding it harder and harder to cling to your corporeal form, especially as it is spread out all across the street. You have this strange sensation of occupying a space like 30 feet wide, being separated from yourself. Just try and imagine what it would like to be in 30 different pieces in like separate spaces all across a street. It's a very, very odd sensation, and it's tough for you to cling to your was going to say humanity, but you're not a human. While doing so, the other two of you quickly, start scooping Anastas back up. Alexander, as you are doing so, it is clear to you that Anastas is not going to last much longer like this. And Dorian is slowing you down.
I imagine the pieces of Anastas weakly, magnetically connect.
Yeah. They're rolling across the.
Yeah, and they're trying very hard to stay afloat as you grab its rib cage. It kind of floats through the air. Ribs kind of float to the ground and weakly pick back up, and it's just a shambling mess.
Mm-hmm.
Dorian, we need to move faster. There's not enough time. We need to get to them. I know where they are. I might be able to move a little quicker on my own.
Yeah, you're right. Go, just go. And Dorian will hand him.
Okay.
All right.
Hand him Satchel, and then kind of distraught that he wasn't able to help after watching Alexander run off, just kind of hangs his head and starts to go back towards Caldwell Manor.
Okay. Alexander, taking the bundle in your arms, I need you to make a quick check to make it to Crispin's Curiosities as quickly as you can.
All right. Any thing to worry about, or just roll?
Nope. Just a quick check. Yep. Excellent. Okay. And Anastas, I do see that you rolled a 1d8. Not sure why.
That was all. I don't know how that happened. I don't know what.
Can I get another d20?
He's attacking me.
So / roll 1d.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, you hold on as Alexander rushes through the streets, taking some shortcuts through some alleyways. He gets to the west end where Crispin's Curiosities is. Alexander, Crispin's Curiosities, as expected, is closed up. And I do not believe that. So you saw them go into this building in a side door, passageway, but you have not been in this building itself. And I don't believe. Did Anastas tell you about who he spoke with, or did he speak in vague terms? I can't remember.
I want to say vague, but I don't remember.
I think it was vague. I think that Anastas
I don't think we really spoke about what happened.
Yeah.
Or at least, or what happened, maybe, but not names or.
You know what happened. You know that there's important people to me down here, but you don't know how I got in, what their names are, or what.
Right.
Yeah. So, that should be about right.
What would you like to do?
We are going to. If I remember where that side door is, I'd like to go to that and attempt to bang on that.
Yes, rushing up to the side door, it is closed and locked. You try the handle, it doesn't push. You start banging on it, shouting. There is some shuffling and shambling from the other side of the door, and from the other side you hear the voice of an old man. Who is it?
Alexander, a friend of Anastas. Anastas is with me.
I don't know any Anastas.
Big skeleton man. Can't miss him.
I see. One moment. And you hear some more shuffling. It sounds like a door opens. There's a whispered conversation that is had. And a moment later, the door opens. The man on the other side of the door is he's wearing plain-ish robes with some jewelry in gold. And half of his face is human, The other half is clearly undead. Like there's almost like a line where like this half of his face is rotting off. His eye has fallen off. You can even see bits of bone and things poking through. And he smells terribly of rotting flesh. Who are you?
We were never acquainted, but I'm in the same... I'm a friend of Anastas, and I kind of hold up the pile of bones.
Anastas, the wheel.
The wheel.
Is here. I see. And he like opens up the bundle that you have in your arms, and like sees Anastas's skull there, like slowly moving, again shaking and rattling, but little else. His eyes sort of go wide. Come quickly, inside. And he pulls you in, and leads you down the staircase into the basement. Put him on the table, he instructs, as he rushes into the back and grabs a bag full of things. Candles the pointed you towards like an altar table that has like candles and things set up on it. Anastas, I need one more saving throw from you.
Oh boy.
Fingers crossed, my boy.
Heart of the cards. Shit, it's so fucking scary. Oh.
You hold on, seeing the through your eyes. You see that you're being brought to the altar, and that fills you with like just enough hope to hold on for just a minute or so longer. The Najit, the young Najit, sets up the candles and the incense, and sort of pushes Alexander to step back as he prepares this ritual. Give me just a second here. We're looking for... Oh man, I had just seen it and now it's gone. Okay, we'll go with this. There it is. All right, so Anastas, your bones are laid out on the altar. This young Najit actually does the backwards genuflect that you do, begins whispering a prayer, and as he does so, you feel invigorated, you feel more bound to your body again, and the bones start more easily pulling themselves together. You have been healed before by Najit clerics, and it is clear to you that this young Najit is not well versed in the prayers that are required for this sort of thing. It is working, but not well. I need you to make a resolute check.
Okay. Damn.
Okay. So, Anastas, do you want to give me a one of your points, one of your hero points here, to try again? So I don't know where you have that marked on your sheet, but just mark that you have used one, and then roll again. You can do so with a +3.
-1. Okay. Uh, I'm curious, if I just put 3 and put favor, does that automatically... I don't know.
Favor is advantage. That's where it rolls twice. You don't have... Well, if you wanted to take favor on this, you could. I'd be fine with that.
Wow.
Okay. Shit is hard today. Anastas, your body comes together, but it is weakly. You gain only 1 hit point. But you are back together and solidified. As you do so, however, the room grows dark. A shimmering outline of sort of like an eclipse appears. Would you like to describe what happens when your eldritch soul sort of makes itself known?
Oh yeah. So, essentially what happens is Anastas, like, the bones that remain that you were able to, like, drag here, kind of, like, start clicking and clacking together, and Anastas breathes in, like, a mighty gasp, and this sucks all of the light, like the visible light in the room, like centers in on this gasp, and it creates this like Vanta black like singularity over Anastas, which just all of a sudden makes everything else painfully bright in contrast to it. It's like a lunar eclipse around this black singularity, and it like burns your eyes to even witness what's happening. It's strange and eldritch, and then expands out, and light returns, or vision returns to your eyes.
In awe, the Najit that healed you stumbles backwards, and murmuring again, genuflex, throwing itself backwards onto the ground. You can see its entire body is trembling. It says, "Are you the Pilgrim Reborn, or an emissary of such?"
I am Nastas the Wheel, Provislav of the Pilgrim, truth teller of her story. And on this day, I have not fallen.
It is clear to my eyes that you are much more than that, Anastas. How come you to this luminousness, this brilliance?
I met one of the heretic gods, Venisi, as she wept at her sibling's grave. Shortly after, I saw horrible visions. But I did. I was met with the pilgrim, and she left me a message. It was by her grace and her love that I hold this power.
Then her coming is upon us.
She walks with us. That much is certain. I intend to find where.
His one good eye sort of darts around. He brings himself back upwards, humbled in your presence. If you walk if you walk in the light of the pilgrim, you will always find sanctuary and aid here. And if there is anything that I can do to help you walk that path, please allow me to do so.
And Anastas weakly prostrates itself off the table.
I know not what has befallen our orthodoxy. I care not for the rifts between the inquisitors and you, who clearly bathe in the pilgrim's light. I wish for unity, even should I have to bring it myself.
It may be required that you do that, and
Then do it I shall.
the Inquisitors may call this heresy. You should tread carefully, Anastas.
Awash in the pilgrim's light, no harm shall come.
He, if you should ever find yourself in need of followers on this journey, know that I will follow you.
I accept your fealty graciously.
Is there anything I can help you with right now?
There. Yes. You were to have me here at midnight. Unfortunately, I fell in battle to one great corrupted beast. What was it you would have me here for? What is your work here, Horatio?
This is not Horatio. This is someone different. You have not met this one before.
What do I call you, young cleric?
I am Constantine, but a humble deacon.
Constantine. Where's Horatio this evening?
My master Horatio is out performing other duties. I expected him back, but he has not returned.
I must return to the Caldwell Manor. Retrieve my right arm and my wheel.
You were at the Caldwell Manor.
I am here right now?
No, he's asking you if you were.
Yes, that is where I fell.
Then why did you come here to meet Horatio?
Anastas pauses, confused.
What do you mean?
It is not my place to say.
It is now as a follower of Anastas.
Could you make a persuade? You can do this at +3. This should be pretty easy. What is your persuade, by the way?
13.
Okay.
Can't fail every roll tonight, but I sure can.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no.
I am sorry,
Boy, if this
Anastas.
was D&D.
I am very sorry, Anastas.
Save your apologies. I know your position and your place.
Our operations here in the city are very tenuous at the moment, and there are some secrets that I have been sworn not to share. I will say only that Horatio was indeed at the party.
He was there.
Yes. Do you know why he would not have returned?
I did not see Horatio.
Perhaps he did not make it. Perhaps he never arrived at the party, though he intended to.
Is Horatio... Does he have some theurgy for disguise?
You can tell that Constantine is struggling with his answer, and he gives a slight nod.
Interesting. Shall he return? Tell him of what you saw and of what I said. I intend to continue assisting should you prove to continue to walk in the path. I will return to Caldwell Manor. I have business to attend to there, and I will be back to speak with Horatio. Should you feel necessary to send an emissary, I am not difficult to find.
Yes, we will send word should he return. Thank you.
And I will keep an eye for Horatio. Constantine, what you've done for me is more than just for a promised love. You've helped the pilgrim and our mission this evening. Thank you.
The tales of your exploits are widely spoken. I could not pass the opportunity to serve someone who served the pilgrim so well. Thank you.
Because of tonight, they shall continue. Now, my compatriot, I weakly remember his voice. Alexander, are you here?
In the flesh.
What is Alexander thinking about the display that has just occurred?
Well, he was impressed by the blinding light. Cool. But he's now pondering this Horatio question, and he has a theory, but he's not willing to say it just yet.
Got it.
You feeling all right then, Anastas?
All right. I am alive and able to walk. I yet live. Was anyone hurt? Was anyone killed?
I'm not sure, but I do know that it appears some people are missing. I was not able to chase them.
So at the point that Anastas asks, was anyone killed, we are going to cut back to Caldwell Manor. Don, are you here for a scene? I know that 7 o'clock was getting a little...
I am good.
You're good. Okay. So Raleigh, you are standing in the foyer holding a cracked wooden mask, the one left behind by the creature, presumably. The body of Duncan lies at your feet, more a pile of blood and crooked flesh than a man. His face is a bloody pulp from where it was used as a battering ram to break in the massive wooden doors behind you. If it weren't for your recent head count, you'd not have been able to identify him. 2 others of your men are injured, a crushed hand which will probably never totally heal, and a grievous head wound that may still take Cromley, though he is yet resting. The other boys are tending him now, and you find yourself praying to Isho that he makes it. One body on your conscience is quite enough. In the other room, you can hear Sybil swearing, your name interspersed in a string of profanities that would make even the most seasoned mercenary quail. What would you like to do?
Raleigh is so obviously he's standing over the body of Duncan and just kind of a little bit overcome. Obviously Raleigh had participated in pitched battle before. He's seen death. This isn't the first time he's lost someone under his command, but sort of tied up with this is the understanding that he was at least partially complicit in the plan that led to this. Like, that this death is at least partially his fault.
Sure.
And as he's standing there, he doesn't really know how to feel. He understands that he followed through on the cause that he promised to Bridget, to assist her in the masks and shanghaiing away the doctor, but at the same time he didn't think that the cost would be so high.
Sure. Can you give me a vigilant check?
I surely can. Well, my vigilant is very bad. And I rolled a 19, so.
Okay. Yeah, sort of overcome with grief, looking at the body, you turn away, just not wanting to look at it any longer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kind of head in, kind of like a hand over my face sort of thing, like kind of just holding it together as best I can.
Right. Behind you, Dorian limps into.
Can I throw something in real quick?
Yeah, sure.
Dorian, as you approach the place where Anastas fell, you notice the upper portion of his right arm crawl towards the wheel and grasp it tightly.
I think you made it after all. That's good.
Raleigh, you see Dorian stumble up to the door. Well, not stumble, but limp up to the door. The fine purple, purple and brown suit is burned and singed at the edges. There's some blood on it. And his boots are covered in blood from your man, and also the rain from the streets. He looks, well, what does he look like, Peach?
He looks haggard, worn down, and completely exhausted. Just overwhelmed, but now with at least a slight sense of relief, seeing that in his eyes that Anastas is going to be okay. And as he approaches, he kind of winces a little bit, and his left arm kind of reaching over and grasping at his right, and he just tears off like the smaller bit of the sleeve, and Raleigh, you can see it's almost like a dull ember glow just beneath his skin as welts, or not welts, but his skin almost blisters and a slight twisting pattern beginning to go up his wrist, and he just kind of flexes his hand and just
All right.
Is everyone else okay?
Everyone else is fine. How are you doing?
I've been better.
That's
Where's my mother? Is she all right?
You can hear her swearing and screaming, barking orders to people, and yelping in pain from the drawing room to your right.
Right. We may want to let that simmer down a bit first.
There's a reason out here and not in there.
Wise man.
Captain Raleigh, I want to see you at this moment!
Well, I guess that's over with.
And he kind of just nods to Dorian and kind of straightens himself up a little bit and starts walking towards the drawing room.
Dorian will join him as well.
Very good. Sybil is sitting upon the divan in the drawing room. Her leg is elevated as Mr. Filch tends to it. You can see that it is clearly broken, and he is doing his best to wrap it, although he is not a physician himself. Her glare slices into you. Captain, you had better come bearing some good news, or you may find yourself quickly without a job.
Oh, Mom. I suppose I'll leave that in your hands, then. We have 1 dead, several wounded, and no sign at all of the intruders so far.
My doctor is missing, Mr. Raleigh. And I need him very badly at this moment. Could you go find him for me?
Raleigh just gives a short bow and says, "Yes, Mom." And just as quickly as he can, smart steps out of that room.
Did anyone talk to Alexander? About, so Alexander kind of saw what happened.
No.
Okay.
It wouldn't have made sense for us to do so.
Sure.
And
right.
He's with Anastas.
He tried.
Right now.
He tried to, and then
Raleigh,
Anastas was dead.
You know that the doctor is not here.
He sure does.
Okay, sounds good. Sybil's expression softens a little bit when she sees Dorian. Dorian, are you okay?
I'm alive. I've been better. I've been worse.
I saw you rush in towards that thing. You shouldn't be so foolish. You should be more careful.
I'm not a child, Mother. I was trying to help my friends. I wasn't being careless.
And you were not injured?
I did just a minor burn. It's nothing serious.
Her eyes narrow a little bit at that. Minor burn.
Yes, it's nothing that serious. I'm perhaps part of the flashback from the gun.
Dorian, you're clear. You must have hit your head or something. We'll have Dr. Wainwright take a look at you when he gets here. I am very concerned for you.
As am I. And what about you? Are you in a lot of pain? Do you need me to fetch you anything from your shop or your room for the pain?
Yes, my shop. Dorian, could you go check the shop, make sure that nothing was stolen?
From the shop? You think this was some sort of ruse?
I think that we should. I think that we should take every precaution that we can. Please, could you just check? Could you just check the basement of the apothecary and tell me that nothing was stolen?
Sure. Is Mildred still here?
I think that she's around here somewhere. Yes. Please be quick about it, Dorian.
She does still have the spare key, right?
Yes, I'm sure that she does.
Okay. Well, then I shall bring her along. Look.
Mr. Filch is like, sorry.
Was there any sort of, actual pharmaceuticals you needed me to grab for you?
Something for the pain, please.
All right. I will look. Mildred?
So Millie is she's right now like helping the other guests like back into into the room.
Real quick. Is she in the drawing room, or did he have to leave that room?
So the drawing room is sort of like adjacent to the ballroom.
Sure.
And the rest of the guests are in the ballroom right now.
Okay, but he had to walk through a door to get to the ballroom.
Yes. Yep. Absolutely.
Okay. As he walks through the door, you can hear Raleigh from behind you say, "Burned from backsplash, eh?"
Something like that.
Oh, it weren't nothing like that. We both know it. He's kind of leaning up against the wall, like just talking to you very softly, and you can see that he is eyeing you very warily.
It was certainly backlash from something, and then I'll just turn and continue walking into the ballroom.
Hope it doesn't get worse, sir.
You find Millie bent over the Johann Morius, who is himself burned all over the place. He remember the bolt thrower exploded in his hands when he tried to fire it at the beast. His hands and his arms are just covered in blisters, and he is shaking. Millie, it seems, has herself grabbed some burn salve and is trying to apply it to him as gently as possible. But his face is just like red in rage and anger, and he is spouting off about those damn university scientists, and if he could ever get his hands on them. When Millie sees you, she sort of drops what she's doing. Dorian, are you okay?
Yep. Yes, I'm doing all right.
You burned your hand.
I did. It's just a minor backlash. That's
let me get something.
That's actually what I came to speak with you about, Millie. I need to get into the shop, and I was hoping you would come with me so we could grab some proper medicines for the injured.
Sure. Yeah, I can do that. Here, Mr. Morris, this is for you. And she sort of like hands him like the rest of the bandage, but he's not paying attention at all. And the captain of the Red Guard, who's the other mercenary company, Jean de Claw, is like patting him on the shoulder as Johann Marius is just completely enraged. And Millie follows you out of the ballroom. Okay. Raleigh, what are you doing at this point?
Raleigh is trying to decide whether or not he is going to actually go look for the doctor and thus the masks, or if he's going to follow Dorian for the moment. Well, okay, so what I would like to do first, so Raleigh has an ability called Bloodhound, which basically lets he gets a +1 to track individuals just from any trace that he can find of them at all.
What did you roll on that? Oh, your vigilant was bad. Okay.
Yeah, but you can use cunning to track in this game as well as vigilant.
You can.
That is.
Can you roll me a cunning check?
Let me double check to make sure the ability says cunning, but I'm pretty sure it does say cunning. Yep, vigilant and cunning checks.
Can you roll a cunning check for me?
I can absolutely do that. My cunning is still not great, but it's a little bit better. Oh, yeah, so +1 still wouldn't have gotten me, but I tried.
Got it. Okay.
So he goes out back and is kind of just like looking at like the imprints in the ground of like the people that were jumping out the window. He assumes that that is probably where the masks picked up the doctor and got out, but that's just an assumption. And because of the rain, especially, it is terribly muddy and difficult to discern clear tracks as you know, rain continues to fall.
Sure. Captain, I've got a report. You turn around and Josiah, your first in command, or second in command, rather, your first in command, is there at attention behind you.
All right, Joe, let's have it.
Right, so from the sounds of things, there were 4 assailants in total, in addition to the creature. All of them wearing masks. From what I can tell, we've got 2 missing guests: the Dr. Edgar Wainwright and the Reverend, whose name escapes me at the moment, Reverend Michael Longfellow. We're not sure why they were taken. Perhaps opportunity, as they were seen smoking on the balcony just prior to the attack. Perhaps the masks thought that they would make an easy target. I'm not sure.
This was premeditated. They wouldn't. Something this high profile, using some monster against us. No, this was targeted. This wasn't a crime of opportunity.
Were they targeting the Reverend or the Doctor, is the question.
Well, that I don't know. But
as for the other guests, as you saw, Mr. Morius has been wounded from the weapon discharge. Sybil, Miss Caldwell, has broken a leg. Everyone else seems to be fine. A few nicks from the garden, but nothing major.
How's Crom?
He's all right. Doctor's not sure if he's going to make it, but he's stable right now.
Really bungled this one, Joe. I don't know if there's a way back from this. Not with Caldwell the way she is now.
Yeah. But that thing, it shook off shots like you wouldn't believe.
Oh, I know. I put a couple in myself. Unbelievable. Have you ever seen anything like that or heard the tell?
I heard tell of these beasts. I didn't think it was going to be like this. There's something in that sickness. It changes people.
Yeah, it sure does.
What's our next move?
Our next move, ensure that there's not a repeat attempt with things as they are right now in such disarray, it would be pretty easy to get someone or something back into this place. Secure the perimeter, make sure the boys know to be watching out and in. We don't know if they've actually left the premises as of yet.
Do you want me to send someone on a sweep, see if anyone in any of the neighbors saw anything?
Yeah, start knocking on doors. See what we can find out.
Right.
Yeah. Any lead we can get at this point is going to be useful.
I've got a buddy in one of the other companies. I think he knows something about the masks. I can go ask him about it come morning if you want. Otherwise, we could always head to the doctor's or the Reverend's residences, see if we can find anything that might tell us why they were targeted. It might give us some clues as to where they went.
Start with the doctor. I just have a feeling he might be the way. Might be the mark here. I don't know if the Reverend was a target of opportunity or not, but that's just my feeling.
Right. Yeah. I think the doctor. I think his apartment was above a curiosity shop, something like that, on the West End. You want me to head there?
Raleigh stops, stone still. Curiosity shop, you say?
Yeah. Yeah, over on the West End.
Which one's that?
Cupid's. No, it's something with a C.
Oh, never mind. It's all right.
Sorry, boss.
No, you can't be expected to remember everything. I'll tell you what. Leave that for the morning. Right now, let's focus on establishing a perimeter, sweeping the premises, and knocking on doors around here to see if we can discern where they were taken. If we don't get any leads from that, we can talk about heading to the apartments tomorrow, but do not send anyone there until then. We need to make sure that we're secure here first.
Very good. He sort of gives you a salute and heads off to order the men per your instructions.
Raleigh returns it.
Millie and Dorian, you arrive at the apothecary. She opens the door with the key. She hesitates before she opens the door a little bit.
Is everything all right?
Yeah, it's just
I had something I wanted to ask, actually. Mother seemed very paranoid about something being stolen during this attack from the shop. Have you heard anything about that, or what she might be so worried about?
Yeah, I think she's. She pauses. Well, there's the vault in the basement.
All right. Well, we can certainly check there.
That's where she keeps the It's where she keeps the good stuff, the expensive stuff. I'm guessing that's what she meant. Let's.
Okay. Like what?
I need a persuasive check.
Ooh, okay.
All that's happening very quickly. Once my conversation with Josiah is finished, Raleigh is going to head straight to the apothecary shop because that's where he knows Dorian is.
Any modifiers for this?
No. She does really like you.
He does like
Millie.
Plus
20 for sure.
I'm so conflicted that I'm gonna say no. I'm gonna say no. We're not gonna give you any penalties, but I'm not gonna give you any bonuses either.
Sure. Oh yes!
Still good.
Come on now, darling. You know you can tell me anything.
She looks both ways down the street. She grabs you, pulls you into the shop, closes the door, and locks it behind you. Dorian, what I'm about to tell you, you're not going to tell anyone. And I mean anyone, not your mother. We're not telling your friends. We're not telling anyone. Do you understand?
Yes, of course.
Your mother's dealing in some black sap incense that she's getting sourced from some Najit that she met, I don't know, God knows where, but they drop it off occasionally, and it's being stored in the vault downstairs. She's using that to bankroll all of her debts, which have accumulated since your accident a few weeks ago, and honestly were probably accumulating prior to then. And the headmaster sent me from the university to keep an eye on her because once she was elected to be the head of the council, he wanted to make sure that he knew what was going on, and I was not ready for that position, but here I am anyways, and I'm doing the best that I can, but there's a lot going on right now, okay?
Dorian's jaw just steadily and continuously dropped through all of that. All right.
So I think that, like, maybe the masks were here to, like, steal some of the money, or, like, maybe the black sap. I don't know, but we should probably go check the basement to find out.
Yes, of course. That's it. Yeah.
Okay, come
exactly
on.
What I was
and she grabs you by the wrist and just, like, pulls you down into the basement.
I fucking love this character.
Right.
Raleigh, you like walk up to the apothecary shop, and like you're like across the street, and you just see Millie like look both ways, grab Dorian, pull him into the shop, and close the door behind him.
Raleigh sort of like also looks both ways down the street surreptitiously, and then sort of sidles up to the door and puts his ear up to it.
You hear like the tail end of that conversation. So I'm here to keep an eye on Miss Caldwell, but there's a lot going on right now, okay? Let's go check in the basement, because that's where she keeps it. And
as he hears that, he's just gonna knock 3 times on the door.
So as you're like walking away, Dorian, you like turn around and you see like through the window Raleigh standing there menacingly staring through the window.
I was literally going to say it. He's standing there and his eyes are like pouring into your soul. And he very slowly points down to the door lock, and then points at you, and then points back down to the door lock.
I'm sorry, we're closed. And then
oh my.
Ollie, still looking straight at Dorian, slowly begins to pull his bolt caster off of his back. And kind of like muffled through the door is like, Dorian, so help me God, open this door or I'm going to blow it down right now.
All right. Oh, fuck. When you put it that way, and he goes over and unlocks the door.
Okay, you unlock the door. He opens the door very swiftly, slams it behind him, locks it behind him, grabs you by the front of your coat, pushes you up against the door, and says, we are going to have a very frank conversation about what's happening right now. Yes?
Conversation about what? Oh, hey, Mr. Raleigh. Captain Raleigh, sorry.
He looks over at Millie, looks back at Dorian, and says, we are going to have a very frank conversation about all of this later. And he lets you go. And he says, what are we doing here?
Well, I think we're going to go check the basement to make sure that nobody stole anything, and then we're also going to fix Dorian's hand.
And also, what exactly are you doing here? Did your trail for the doctor lead you here?
Well, Dorian,
I remember my mother specifically.
It'd be really great if we could talk about that, Dorian. Be really great. His teeth are like gritted, and he's just like.
Then why are we not talking about that?
He doesn't look away from your face, but he just stares very specifically at you.
His eye is like twitching a little bit, like.
All right. Well, I would be happy to have a private conversation with you as soon as I am finished checking to make sure that
Millie.
my family's...
Millie is like digging through some things right now to like find like gauze and bandages for Dorian.
Millie, darling, we're gonna step upstairs for just a second.
Upstairs? I need to go downstairs.
Yep, we're gonna go upstairs. There's something I need upstairs, and I need you to get it for me.
All right.
Okay. We'll see you in a sec, love.
Okay, I'm gonna go check the basement.
He frog marches your ass upstairs, Dorian.
All right.
So, you set yourself on fire. I don't care how you did it. I don't really care what it means. Can we just get that out of the way? It wasn't the backblast from the gun. You threw a fireball, and you set yourself on fire. Is that right?
I did.
Great. Cool. We're moving on past that now. Don't care about the rest of it.
I'm going to need you to please stop manhandling me as if I'm a child. I really do not appreciate that.
I'll stop manhandling you like a child when you tell me what the hell is going on here and how you people are all wrapped up in it. Now, what I was just told was that the doctor who was at this party tonight, the guy who got kidnapped, yeah, lives above a certain curiosity shop in the West End. So, I'm now thinking that maybe, just maybe, you and your skeleton friend are wrapped up in something that you shouldn't be, and I need to know all about it right this second, or I'm going to go tell my boys to go bust down that door, and I don't know what they'll find, Dorian. Do you?
I well and truly haven't the foggiest. I have never set foot in that shop myself.
Great.
Yes. Yes.
Well then, I've got to tell you, bud. There are people who know that's where that's where the doctor lives. They are going to investigate that apartment, whether we like it or not. So, we need to get there first and let whoever's there know what's going on, if they are your friends, and they seem to be. Right?
Involved with my friends. Yes.
One way or the other.
Well, for now, I am going to take a look downstairs, see if anything is stolen, get things to help the wounded, take care of my own, and I am going to go home.
Fine.
And
you
make
do that.
sure that everyone is all right.
Then I'll go.
Do you have any backup that could potentially join you?
You want me to bring armed soldiers?
No, but I'm worried about your safety.
I think I can handle myself, Dorian. Thank you.
Okay. So heading down into the basement, Dorian, were you in the basement? No, Dorian, you were not in the basement. So the basement of the apothecary is filled with boxes and things. The aroma of various different perfumes fills the air. There's a desk in the corner that has papers and things on it, and a safe sort of to the left of that. It's a very ornate safe. It's got about 3 locks, or like 3 keyholes on it. And it's so you don't find really anything disturbed there. And actually, I do need to take a 5-minute break because I need to pee very badly, and Don just left. So I think we're just going to go ahead and take that 5-minute break now, and then we will resume with you guys back at checking out the basement, and then Alexander and Anastas will return.
Rockin'.
Cool.
Okay, so a few things just happened there. The first is that I found out that my recording for last week, or last time that we played, didn't record my voice at all in any way.
Oh.
And I have no recording of it anywhere. So I guess I'm just gonna have to like do a like verbal recap, which
just yours.
Replace it. Yeah, just my audio. All of yours was fine.
So bizarre.
And I just checked today's recording. Today it is recording just fine. It's not like I have a new mic or anything like that. Like the setup is exactly the same. So, and you guys obviously heard me, so I have no idea what happened there.
We were just faking it the whole time.
We're just talking
we just
to
made it up.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. The other thing that happened is that during that process, then my audio went goofy and then my stream stopped, so I had to restart it. So a quick recap of the last scene. Raleigh takes Dorian upstairs, and they have a conversation about the fireball that Dorian produced last session, and then also about like what they're going to do next. Yeah.
Well, what Dorian or what Raleigh is going to do next? It sounded like Dorian didn't want to have anything to do with going to the curiosity shop.
Sure.
Well, it's more. It's not that he wants nothing to do with it. He knows that. Well, I guess he would want to check up on his friends, but he's also very concerned about his mother and the other injured people.
I don't think that that's unreasonable by any stretch of the imagination, but Raleigh is definitely going to that curiosity shop.
Tonight or in the morning?
I think tonight, because if Josiah hadn't mentioned that he knew a guy who knew some things about the masks, and then also that there was a connection between the doctor and living above a curiosity shop, like at some point that lead is going to get followed up on by someone, and he wants to make sure that he sees it first to see if it's not a good thing for the masks or anyone else.
Got it. Okay, so Dorian, you head down into the basement where you find Millie kind of looking through some boxes and things down there. As I said, the basement is filled with boxes. It smells of perfume. There's a safe down there. There's a tunnel that leads off towards the house. You can see that the door to that tunnel is standing ajar right now. You can see into the basement of Caldwell Manor.
Millie. Is this passageway typically opened from that side?
No, it's usually closed from the other side. Somebody must have come through here.
Captain, do you have a moment?
Didn't you just have a moment? Wait, where are you going?
So like Raleigh is on his way out the door.
Captain.
Dorian.
Can I steal you for but a moment?
Another moment?
Well, you stole me for the first one. I'm stealing you for this one.
Fair enough.
Tit for tat.
Please don't say that again.
Tat for tit, then?
That's even.
All right. Right down here.
I'm not going anywhere near your tit, Dorian.
Hilarious.
All right.
Come down here, near this passageway over here.
All right, he follows.
I would imagine you have a better skill set for looking for certain marks or for tracking people.
I'm a bit rusty, but yeah. I've had to find people.
He kind of gestures towards his like lopsided glasses. I would imagine at least significantly better than myself.
Well, perhaps, Dorian. Perhaps. What do you need found? Or should I say who?
I am looking for any sort of fresh boot prints that wouldn't match someone closer to my mother's. Footprints through this passageway. I am just wary of the fact that Millie had said that this door is typically left closed and it has been left ajar. I want to know if there's been any traffic through here during the course of the soiree.
Right. Raleigh casts his mind back to when he told Bridget about the secret tunnel through the apothecary shop from the Caldwell Manor.
And how he said he would keep the door unlocked, and then he unlocked it.
Peach knows, and he's using his character to put you on the
spot. Raleigh will kind of like, all right, I'll see what I can find. I told you I was rusty. And then we'll proceed to, quote unquote, find absolutely nothing.
I'll kind of peek over his shoulder and see what I can see.
You're looking at like a stone floor right now. Mm-hmm. There's not much to be seen.
No blood, no mud, no rain.
No.
Okay.
It's no fuss.
Well, Dorian, I have to tell you, it's kind of hard to track things over stone.
Of course.
But it was a good idea. Especially since if the door is supposed to be closed and it's not, that's something to check out. Do you think that someone came through here to pilfer or something?
I don't know. Perhaps.
Well, Dorian, I can't see any sign of anyone being in here except us.
Right. Well, I will catch up with you back at the manor then.
Right.
Good luck.
Dorian, listen. I know I came off kind of hot and heavy there for a second, but, you know. I just want to make sure that you're safe. That's still me charge. I want to make sure you don't die. I think Millie can handle herself, and I know you can. So just don't die.
Right. Likewise to you too, Captain. And I understand.
All right. We'll figure this all out, boy.
It's hard to leave entirely unscathed after you've seen the things that people like us have seen.
You'll have to tell me about it sometime.
Perhaps.
Fair enough. And he'll kind of just like, you know, give a little like kind of casual salute and make his way out of the apothecary shop.
Okay. Outside the shop, you see Alexander and Anastas walking down the street, moving pretty slow. Anastas, in addition to being at 1 HP, you have 5 temporary corruption right now. And you are going to take disfavor on checks that you make until that corruption is gone. It's temporary, it'll last for the day, and it'll be gone probably tomorrow.
Let's not get into any fights.
Lol.
Lol. So you guys run into each other. Raleigh nods at you and then brushes right past.
Wait, what? Sorry.
You guys encounter each other in this. There's an encounter in the street.
Oh, we're encountering each other in the street.
A new challenger
Alexander and Anastas approach from the other side.
They're already back?
Yes.
Oh, dang.
Weapons are drawn.
New challenger.
Music kicks in.
Raleigh walks out and sees them and says, "Oh, hi."
Hello, Captain.
Good evening.
Last I saw you, you were literally a bag of bones.
Well, things have changed. It is unusual to see you without your charge.
Well, I have a new charge, being as I believe she's been calling me a royal fuck-up and other more colorful terms for the last hour or so. I've got a new job, and it's one that I think you two can help me with.
Speaking of the disaster at the Caldwell Manor, what are the casualties?
1 dead, 2 wounded, one of which might not make it. No civilians.
Oh,
Although a couple are missing, still, I assume, yes?
missing.
Yeah, they sure are, Alexander. They sure
Ooh.
are. Specifically, the doctor and
doctor.
the priest. Sounds like a bad pub joke, if you ask me. But. And he looks very closely, kind of narrows his eyes at the two of them, and says, "A little bird told me that the doctor lives above a certain curiosity shop in the West End. And I believe not only had you mentioned that in a previous conversation, but if I'm not very much mistaken, that's where you were headed when you were still just a pile of bones. So, I have some questions. You can answer them or not answer them, but I'm going to that curiosity shop before anyone else does. Because,
Well, I can tell you all you may need to know of the curiosity shop, for that is whence I came.
well, let's have it then.
They are doing good work there. I would not have you meddle in
Who
their
is
affairs.
they?
My kind.
Your kind.
They are Najit. They are trying to help the people of this city.
Interesting. How did you come to know them?
I carry some level of prestige, and we are not difficult to find.
Well, you'd best be telling all the other people in the city that, because this is the first I've heard of an enclave of your kind anywhere in the city.
It is a small group.
Well then.
However, we are in search of an individual from this enclave. And you've given me an idea as to whom that might be.
Oh, really? Because I think you might have just told me all I need to know about the connection between our good friend the Doctor and the Curiosity Shop. So,
I also presume I need this doctor. You said he escaped. He made his way through the window, I assume, when the battle ensued.
that's the last I saw.
The doctor?
Well,
Yes.
actually, I don't think any of us saw the Doctor, did we?
No, in fact, well, the doctor was out on the patio having a smoke
The
with
last
the
person to
Reverend.
see the Doctor was Alexander.
Yes. And then, yes.
I didn't see him.
I did.
He's
so
still
to speak.
missing. You saw him. He looks at... Now his gaze turns on Alexander.
He was going, not of his own volition, it seemed. But I had no chance to deal with it. I planned to, and that's
Not of his own volition.
Masks.
Although I do require words with this doctor, I do not fear he was involved. His disappearance is suspicious, but I believe it explainable.
Yeah, he was taken by masks.
That would be because I believe he is the reason why our black tar, our black resin, is in this city. I think the priest is who we must find. He is the one working with the corrupted, and he would be the one most desperate for our resin.
Well, I can tell you you're not quite right on all of those fronts. But I don't know if I should tell you or not.
Well, are we to be allies? Are we not working to save this city?
Sometimes I wonder.
Are you yet suspicious of us?
I'm not suspicious of you. No. Insofar as you're an inscrutable skeleton man who serves a god that I can't understand and probably never will.
There's much in this strange land we can't understand. However, young Dorian, he is well?
He's well. He's inside with Millie, getting supplies for the injured.
Well, I would have you postpone your trip.
Oh, well, I'll postpone my trip as long as I can. But I'm telling you right now, there are other people who know that connection exists, and they will search that apartment, with or without me. I was going to try to make sure that there wasn't anything that needed to be disappeared before they got there. That's all.
Well, I fear that will be a very difficult thing. I have not seen anything above the curiosity shop, however, I do know what's going on in its basement.
Well, I'm telling you right now, your friends are about to have a lot of attention.
From who?
Well, from my kind.
The city guard, your men.
My men. I'm just a captain.
Oh, good lord. Well, perhaps that must hasten our search for the doctor. There will be no way to evacuate their operation in that curiosity shop.
Then we need to give them somewhere else to look.
That might work.
But I'm telling you right now, you've shared with me, I'll share with you. I know where the doctor is, or I know who he's with. And I know he's safe.
Where?
I could bring you to him if you need to speak to him.
I
Most
do.
likely. But
I would very much like that.
well, he looks at Alexander. I think we all know who has him. So, I think you can understand that this is a big risk for me and for you and for them.
Are you saying the masks?
I didn't say anything. I just said I know who has him.
I am in no fighting condition.
Fair enough. I'll make arrangements. It won't be tonight.
Then on to other business. How do we give these individuals, these guardsmen, another place to search? How can we feed them something?
Well, the unfortunate truth of it is they've got two people to look at, the doctor and the priest, and neither one of them's good for us. So, I'm all ears. I can try to get him to chase shadows for a while, but...
Do you have any means of saying that you've already searched? Do you have any means of communicating?
I can try. I can try.
It perhaps may buy us some time. Surely they will get curious again.
I'm going to need names in case someone follows up.
Names of who?
Names of people who are in the curiosity shop.
The only one that would be available to the public is, I'm assuming, the old man Crispin himself.
All right.
The doctor is, of course, missing, and you can say there was no evidence of merit in his apartment.
All right. I'll do that. But they're going to look at they're going to look in the church next. And we both know that there's a lot of sick people there that don't need to be disturbed. We need somewhere else to send them. So, ruminate on that. I'll go see what I can do.
All right.
Fine. We'll meet back at the manor. Oh, Alexander, how we have found where the disaster.
What was that?
You cut out.
Oh, Alexander, we have found ourselves in quite the disaster, have we not?
It seems we have. Within the crosshairs of everyone.
As you guys are kind of talking to each other, Raleigh like kind of stops for a sec, turns on his heel, and walks back real quick, and kind of says under his breath, "Can you two throw fire?"
Not yet.
Only if there's a torch attached to it.
Fair enough. And then he walks away.
Odd man.
Shall we back to the manor?
I suppose so.
All right. Is anyone else going to do anything tonight? It is very late at this point. You are all very tired and in need of healing.
The only thing that I can imagine that Raleigh would want to do would be to report in, but that might have to just wait till morning.
Got it.
I just wanted to take a quick look at that lockbox in the basement.
Yeah.
You said it had 3 keyholes on
Yeah,
it?
it's got 3 keyholes. Yeah.
Okay. Just looking over towards Millie,
Well, it doesn't look like it's been tampered with at all.
that is good. How large is this?
Like
something easily picked up?
No.
And moved?
No.
Okay.
Like we're talking multiple 100 pounds. Yeah. It's I'm gonna say that it's like 3 foot by 3 foot.
Okay. Well then, I suppose nothing looks too untoward down here. Let's get this medicine back to the manor.
Here, let me look at that hand real quick. And she grabs your hand and she pulls it in and inspects it a little bit. So what does she see when she inspects your hand?
So as the bandage is kind of like wound off of his hand, like charred in different places, and he's ripped away the part of the jacket that kind of showed the wrist, but in the palm is a large flame symbol that's just completely blistered and scabbed over, and then coming off of it like tendrils of smoke. They wind around his fingers up to these blackened tips, and then the smoke curls and winds and begins to twist into strange patterns, just starting on his wrist and working their way up his forearm. Like maybe just an inch or two.
Dorian, this is...
It's rather strange, isn't it?
She pulls out some salve and she starts rubbing it in, and you feel an immediate cooling sensation kind of like run down your arm as she does so.
He kind of winces a little bit, but holds it there.
Is that okay?
Yeah, that's good. Thank you.
She rewraps the bandage. Dorian, I've never seen anything like this before.
I haven't either. Something happened at the Tomb of Isho. His grave. I saw something awful, Millie.
Dorian, we need to tell the headmaster about this. And I think we need to spend a few days in the library. If anything can tell us about what's going on, the library definitely can.
Of course. Yeah. Thank you. And he
All
just
right.
gives her a big hug before we go back to the manor.
You should go get some rest. I'm going to see to the other guests and make sure that everyone's okay.
All right. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Now to my question. Is anyone else doing anything tonight before we rest? Okay. So you all retire to your bedchambers. The guests are escorted home by Raleigh's men, and those who were injured, which was only the one. Johann Marius is healed by Millie a little bit, at least wrapped up, and things before he goes. And Mr. Filch is left to clean up the bloody situation in the foyer. And Dorian, as you come in, he's just like got a mop and he's just like forlorn, like trying to clean it up. The door is like hanging on its hinges, like you know that he's gonna have to come fix that. Like it's just a disaster. Everyone has a restful night's sleep. Other than Anastas. Anastas doesn't sleep. However, Anastas does heal tonight. So, Anastas, you're going to heal 1d4 toughness. You're going to make a resolute check.
Sure hope I don't fucking biff this. I hold 2.
Okay. So you're at 3 HP. Not bad. Not bad.
And then...
Hey!
Okay, you do not take the additional corruption damage. And so your corruption heals end of the scene. So your temporary corruption back down to 0. And you all awaken the next morning feeling refreshed. So you guys have a few different things on the to-do list here. Going to the university, exploring what's going on there, trying to find some answers, speaking with the headmaster, possibly going back to Crispin's Curiosity Shop to check out the upstairs, which has not been checked out yet, or back to the cathedral to possibly get into the rectory where the Reverend's quarters are. There's also talking to the men to try and put a false lead on them. Am I missing anything?
That's about it. Well, where do we think the doctor is? We know where the doctor is? Is he being held at the church with the masks?
No, I don't know where he's being held, but he is going to reach out to the masks to try to set up a way to meet
with our red-headed friend.
Well, with somebody from the mask, but yeah, most likely with Bridget. Yes.
I guess just lukewarm back burner thing. Just another thing that does have to be covered in Arkaedyva would be Professor Eoqialyn.
Professor Eoqialyn does need to be taken back home.
Yes.
So
I don't know how high that is on the priority list right now, though.
I would say we might be able to get this all done in a chain of events. I don't know what Alexander has planned, but we could send Anastas back to Crispin's Constantine may allow him access upstairs. Send Dorian to Professor Collins, get him home. Raleigh informs the men.
Was there a time that I was supposed to be meeting the headmaster?
Today.
Okay.
He didn't mention a time, though.
Then I think on Dorian's to-do list will be take Professor Colin home, have a chat with them, and then make his way to the university. Probably with at least Millie, if anyone else would like to join your absolutely.
I would like to join after going back to Christmas.
Okay, so we've got
Raleigh,
Anastas
are
going to-
you so Raleigh, you do still have a charge to follow
Yeah, I'm probably gonna go with Dorian for now.
Dorian. Okay. So we're probably then going to be back to Dorian and Raleigh, and then Anastas. Alexander, is there anything that you wanted to do separate from Anastas, or do we want to split into teams of 2?
I mean, he definitely wants to talk to Bridget if he can figure all that stuff out, but, you know, put that,
Can
that
you
aside
find
for now.
her?
Probably.
Is that what you want to spend some time doing? Because I think that would be very, very helpful.
Whatever. Yeah, whatever. I'm open.
Yeah, that would be extremely helpful.
All right, who wants to go first?
Finding Bridget is key. Yeah, fuck it, I'll go first.
Okay. Dorian, what are we doing first on your agenda?
All right. So clearly after Filch has stayed up all night cleaning and everything, Dorian, being a spoiled prick, will come downstairs and just be like, good morning, Mr. Filch. I've rested so well. How about yourself?
Mr. Filch is like haggard. Like there are like huge bags under his eyes, like the size of like quarters, and he's he cleaned up the foyer, he cleaned up after the ball, and like right now he's like trying to like set this like massive door back into place, but it's like 20 feet tall and it weighs like 300 pounds. He's like on a ladder trying to like get it back onto the
Is that really safe, Mr. Filch, doing that on your own like that?
Would you care to give me some assistance?
All right. I'll see what I can do. And he kind of like pokes at it with his cane on one side, like trying to hold up the best he can with just that.
Pivot!
Anastas catches the weight from both of them and sets the door in place.
Well, I thank you, sir, for your assistance.
Sure, please. Anything.
You're very welcome, Mr. Filch.
Anything further of the like, please do not hesitate to ask. So.
Of course. And he starts going about repairing the rest of the door. Yeah. Dorian.
Dorian will then go and visit Professor Colin in his room, knocking a couple times.
Professor Colin opens the door. He's like he's got his like when he sees you, you're like ready to. Are you ready to go for the day, or are you like still in your pajamas? Okay.
For the most part, I'm dressed. I wouldn't say I've got like crossbow strung and.
Yeah. Right. He stares at you silently.
Well, Professor, I was hoping perhaps today could be the day that we go and visit your family before I make a visit up to the university.
He closes the door and opens it again a moment later. He's like got his his coat on, and he glares up at you and just nods.
I give him a pat on the back and in Darin say something along the lines of keep your head held high. Things will be okay. Keep the faith, kind of thing. Just, to encourage him a bit in the tongue that he taught me.
He rolls his eyes at you, unable to correct your grammar in that horribly constructed sentence. And
it came out exactly how I just said it too.
Yeah. And you and the professor walk towards towards the south side of the city, where the smaller, cramped apartments can be found, and he leads you up a rickety staircase towards a third floor apartment, and he stops at the door. The door is shabby looking. It's got a rusted iron handle on it, and he sighs again and looks down, but he does not grab the door.
I'll give him a moment. It's all right, Professor. I'm here. I've got your back. You can do this.
He knocks on the door, and there is no answer for a moment. Then there's the patter of footsteps, and then the door opens to like a 4-year-old girl wearing a dress clearly made out of like a burlap sack. And she like looks up at you with big eyes and then like closes the door. And a few moments later, the door opens again, and there's a young man. He's probably like 17, 18, somewhere in there. He's got a thin, like wispy facial hair that hasn't quite filled in yet, and sort of a mop of hair. His clothes are equally dirty. Clearly, the family is not doing great. Can I help you with anything?
You are the family of Professor Cullen, are you not?
Professor
Uncle.
Uncle.
Cullen.
Uncle, is that you? I didn't recognize you. Yeah, it's yes. My name's Oliver, and you are?
Pleasure to meet you, Oliver. My name is Dorian.
Yeah, Dorian. Right.
I am a friend of the professor, and well, I suppose in some ways a student of his as well.
Yeah, your grandpa's brother. This is right. I'm sorry. Things are. It's just like it's pretty crazy around here right now. Like I'm sorry.
It's all right.
Yeah. So what do you need something or?
Well, I thought you may. You did hear about what happened in Gath, right?
Gerd, yeah, like
where your
crazy town, like there was a battle and like now there's these like undead all over the place.
Yes.
What's that got to do with us?
Gath is where your uncle had been staying. He was living there when it was attacked, and luckily I was able to help get him to safety outside of the city. I figured...
He doesn't talk much, does he? Are you okay, Uncle? Professor Callan is just, like, glaring at you, Dorian.
Is perhaps your mother or father home at all?
Well, Dad's definitely not home. Hasn't been for years. Mom's not here either. Look, she's pretty sick right now.
Oh God.
It's just, I mean, it's me and then Grandpa Robert. But I mean, he still thinks he's 43. And yeah. So yeah, no, it's just me right now.
I just came by because I felt as if that the professor's family ought to know that it's all right.
2 more children, not the one who answered the door. Two more children, like 4 and 5, like come up to the young man and like are like pulling on him, and he's like, not now. I'm dealing with something, okay? Just like give me 5 minutes. And they like look at you, and then they like scamper back off into the apartment.
They'll smile and kind of give him an awkward wave.
Look, I'm sorry, man. There's like, it's super busy right now, and I'm trying to take care of 7 kids and a senile old man, and
oh my, that's 7 children.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus.
Oh, that I do not envy you, sir. Look,
it's been pretty fucking busy. So, do you need something, or?
I simply wanted Professor's family to have the peace of mind of knowing that he is safe and sound. And I am terribly sorry to have bothered you while you've been this busy.
Yeah.
Here. And I'll go into my satchel and grab 5 shillings. Is that the silver?
Yeah. Yep.
Half a thaler, and I'll just I'll kind of cup it into my palm, and then it's been a pleasure meeting you.
I'm not gonna take your money, man. What?
I just wanted to help.
No, I've got this under control, okay?
Okay.
We work for our money here, okay?
Absolutely. I just... Alright. Come on, Professor.
Good seeing you, Uncle. And he closes the door behind you.
Right. I can see why you aren't too overly keen on returning home. But I still feel as though it's at least good that they know you're all right. So let's take you home.
The professor stops you, and he pulls out a pad of paper that he's got in his bag, and he writes down on it one word, and he turns it around for you to see, and it says corruption. ?
Regarding your daughter, or the mother, it's what it sounds like. They're if I speak with my mother, there may be something I can do to at least help ease. I'm not entirely certain what all the effects of the Najid's Tar is, but she does regarding the corruption, and kind of really keeping his tone down, looking up and down. She does have some. I may be able to convince her to give us some to help her.
He nods, and then he writes down on the pad. He takes a moment writing it. And when he turns the pad around, it says corruption ? And then many more suffer than just her.
I know. Seems as if the entire world has suffered from Isho's passing. Corruption goes rampant. Humans become sick. Hadra go mad. And they attack in sickly forms like they did last night.
He's like frustrated, and he's looking at his hands, and then he looks up and past you, and he grabs you and he turns you around and he points at the university.
Yeah, it's where I'm headed next. Would you like to join us?
He nods.
I have a meeting with the headmaster today. I'm sure he'd be happy to see you again, Professor. Dorian's still a little ignorant of some things. Just a little.
All right, who wants to go next?
I can.
Excellent. Anastas, what are you doing?
Anastas, after putting the door back on its hinges, fully equipped, goes to Crispin's curiosity, letting himself into the back door should it be unlocked.
The back is locked. But during the day, Crispin's Curiosities is open. You could just walk in.
I will do so then.
Okay. So the shop is filled with trinkets and baubles, artifacts from the university, traders and explorers, odysseys. Every shelf is packed and the place is dusty and dimly lit. The proprietor is sitting at the on the other side of the counter, and he's sort of fiddling with something. Looks like he might be repairing it or something. Welcome to Crispin's Oh, my friend. What can I do for you?
Morning. We've encountered each other.
Yes, we have.
I take it you are Crispin himself?
The very same.
I must say I applaud you for taking on such a risk as to help my kind. You see that we are doing good work, or are they simply just paying you?
Well, there is money, yes. But I know what it is like to be in a strange town with folks that don't understand you.
I'm sure they are afeard of your visage, as they are mine.
Can I get something for you? Care for oddities, trinkets?
Perhaps before I leave, but now I am here on business. I was wondering if the young Constantine was in the basement?
Yes, I believe that he should be.
I will let myself down.
You find Constantine in the basement, and he is actually sitting in prayer when he hears you coming down the stairs. He is startled awake, as if from a dream. Oh, Anastas, you have returned.
I have, and I do not bring fair news.
Neither I. Horatio has not yet returned. I fear something horrible has happened to him.
As do I. We have ideas as to where Horatio is. However, I am going to require some illumination. Yes. It is come to my belief that our friend Horatio is also the good doctor.
He nods.
Well, he was at the party. However, we believe he was taken by those who wear those wooden masks.
We have nothing to do with them. Why would they?
Well, they are working with the corrupt at the chapel. And if I am not mistaken, you are the group supplying Madame Caldwell with our resin.
I see. They seek the cure to the corruption. I understand.
They do, yes. So it would seem as though you have been had. There will come a time where people come to this place desperate for your cures. And that time is coming very soon. Me and my compatriots are working to postpone this happenstance, but I fear postpone is all we may do. Now, I am going to go upstairs into Horatio's quarters. And that will remain a secret. Yes?
Will what remain a secret?
Good. I would begin preparations to move this operation. And I hope the next time we meet, I am with Horatio.
That may be difficult, but I will see what I will see what we can do.
How many of you are there here?
At this location, half a dozen, 7, including Horatio.
Collect them, have them help. Let them know that the god will be coming and they will not be kind. I fear you may not even survive. They're dangerous, undisciplined, and scared.
Do you think that it is time?
Time for what? Young Constantine.
I have something to show you. And Constantine gets up and he walks to the other side of the basement. As I said, there's like several doors here, some leading to smaller rooms. one of them, he throws, it's like got a big bar in front of it, and he like throws the bar and like puts it off to the side, and then pulls a key out and unlocks it separately and opens it, and it leads to a spiral stone staircase, quite unlike the one on the other side of the room, that leads downwards. And he grabs the torch from the top of the staircase and leads you down into the darkness below. In just a few moments, already all the sounds of the street and what is going on upstairs disappear behind you, and the only thing you can hear is like the hollow footsteps echoing off of the stone. And after a few stories, there's another door, and he stops at this door. Anastas, I'm showing this to you because as far as I'm concerned, if Horatio is gone, then you are going to be the one to lead us. And he opens the door to a large room. This is like a large underground cavern, and you're sort of up on a not a balcony, but like a walkway that's like up and around it. And down below, there are hundreds of feral Najit that all turn and look up at you with vacant expressions in their eyes. Okay, Alexander, what are you up to?
Oh, man.
What
are
the
you
fuck?
fucking kidding me?
Well. So we didn't think that this was going to be a zombie apocalypse sort of scenario, but you know?
It seems. So it seems.
Man, as if like
Much more
corrupted
evolving.
weren't bad enough. Corrupted humans. Now we've got fucking feral Najit to deal with.
Not good.
Fuck.
Alexander, what are you up to today?
What's your day like?
Yeah. I suppose he's gonna be investigating the chapel. I suppose was the main thought.
Got it. Okay.
Yes. Stealthily, sneakily.
Yeah. Okay, so you approach the Cathedral of St. Aveline. You've been here before. As I said, it sort of rises up out of the west end very ominously. Are you walking inside, or are you going to try and find the rectory where the priest would live? What's kind of your goal here?
First things first is starting with a scouting the perimeter kind of situation.
Got it.
Like
okay.
Scouting the outside, getting a sense of the area a little bit better. He knows some of it already, but getting a better idea who's around, what's going on.
Yeah. So it's still early in the morning. As I said, there's a number of homeless people that live in this part of the city, and many of them are around right now. The cathedral itself is pretty quiet on the inside. And there doesn't appear to be much activity inside. It's, as I said, it's got these like great buttresses and soaring arches, so you kind of wind your way around them. And at the back of the cathedral, there's a like separate house that's like certainly on the cathedral grounds, but like is its own like building.
Mm-hmm.
That looks to be a residential building of some sort.
Right.
And like the rectory, yep. Other than that, as you are like walking around the side, you see that there's a large piece of graffiti on one of the walls of one of the adjacent buildings that just says "Eat the burgers."
Yeah, so at this point, then he will try to get closer, sneakily, of course, to the rectory, and yeah, get a sense of that.
Sure. Give me just a second. Okay. So you try you sneak up to the rectory, and you I'm assuming like get up to the windows and try and like listen in and take a look and things. And as you get closer, you actually hear like somebody like drop something inside and sort of like oh shit.
Try to see inside if possible.
Yeah, you can't see inside. Looks like curtains are drawn and things. But as you get close to the window, you can certainly hear that there's somebody moving around on the inside.
He'll listen in a little bit more to see if they talk a little at this point.
Nobody's speaking or anything like that, just sort of shuffling around and movement. It seems to be to you that there's only one person on the inside.
Is there a second floor?
There is a second floor, yes.
I'm going to try to climb up to the second floor somehow and see if one of the windows is open.
Okay, so yeah, looking around, like I said, there are like the great flying buttresses coming off of the cathedral, and you think that you might be able to get up on one of those, and if you could do that, you could leap up onto the roof, and there does look to be a window up there, but it's gonna take a quick check.
Quick check.
And if you fail, you're gonna be falling like 15 feet to the ground.
I assume nothing going with that. Just
Nope.
a good Godspeed.
Just a good old. Okay. Dorian. Nope, not Dorian. Alexander. Do you have a point? Do you have a hero point to spend? Or whatever the fuck I called those points?
Where are they on this?
I don't know. There's not a spot for them.
Yeah.
How many are we supposed to have?
Yeah, how many?
Everyone was supposed to start with one, and then Anastas, I know, has used his, and somebody else got one from something, but I don't remember what it was that they did to get one. I compelled somebody with it, though. I remember that. Okay, so Alexander, we're going to say that you do have one, and if you would like to spend it not to fall, you can do that. But then you would have none. Up to you.
Dude, Alexander and Anastas fucking suck at rolling. We failed like 8 out of 10 of the low rolls.
Yeah, not great. I mean, I suppose it's better than dying of, breaking his neck. So I guess, yes, I will use it.
Okay. So Alexander, as you are leaping through the air, the world like starts folding around, and those mirrored folds start appearing around you, and suddenly you are inside the house. And there is a man there wearing a black robe. It looks like he's like cooking breakfast, and when you appear, he goes, "Whoa!" and he like falls backwards, and like his pot spills, and like the porridge that he was making spills out all over the table, and he is on the ground staring at you, breathing heavily, backing himself up into a corner.
Well, good morning. I didn't expect to appear this suddenly, but hello.
Who are you, and what are you doing in my house?
Reverend Longfellow, I presume, then?
Yes.
Pleasure to meet you officially. You probably recognize me from the evening at the Caldwells.
Yes, of course. You are the one called Alexander. Yes, I recall that we were introduced. It's a pleasure to see you again. You gave me quite a fright. I thought the door was locked. You can see that the Reverend Longfellow has a huge black eye, It looks like bigger than a black eye should be, though. And like, as you get closer to him, you can see that there's like a wound, like a scrape or a cut or something in the center of it, and like there are tendrils of like purple and black that are like eking out like into his veins from it that you can see, and the skin around it has turned deathly pale white.
Well, I was coming to check in on everybody. We didn't know where everyone had gone. I'm glad to see that. Looks like
yes,
you took a nasty fall.
Yeah. Well. Yes. I did. I took a nasty fall on my way out. I was trying to escape that beast and those people that were along with them. And but by the grace of Isho, I was able to get out relatively unscathed. But for this nasty head wound, so I came home and I chose to take today off. To heal and rest, as I'm sure that you can appreciate. That I wanted to make sure that I had time to do that. So I am sorry for not checking in sooner to let everyone know that I am A-okay.
Praise be Isho. I'm so relieved to hear that you are all right. Oh, it is truly a relief. There are a few other people missing though, and I was wondering if you knew where they might have gone, if you saw them leaving the party as well. Departing the party, we could say.
I'm sorry. It was such a wild night, and as you can see, I hit my head, and so I don't remember so much. I know that the beast. I was getting a drink, and that beast, it burst through the door, and I got out as quickly as I could. But in the shuffle as I was getting out, I hit my head, and that's all that I saw.
Right. Whew. Well, again, it is at least good to know that you are all right. Is Bridget in the attending to the other wounded at this point?
Oh, I am not sure of that. Like I said, I'm taking the day off today.
Well, it's again, it is good to see that you're all right. You might want to get that checked out, though. Maybe send a doctor to you or something.
I'm sorry. You said where was Bridget? Did you ask where she? Who?
Yes, she's in the base the chapel, correct?
The chapel. Why would she be in the chapel?
Praying, of course. After such a night.
Ah, yes, of course. It is possible. I do not know. She is a godly woman, and so let us hope that she is.
Yes, I do believe I've become more of a religious man myself after last night. It definitely did give me a glimpse of the true powers that we are fighting against. Well, again, I apologize for intruding. I did not mean to startle you, give you another bump on your head. You should see a doctor about that. Maybe you can give the good doctor a call.
Isho will provide.
And does he ever? Well, I hope that you have a wonderful day off, and I may be around again. You know me. It's such a beautiful location. A beautiful church.
Thanks.
I will see myself out, of course. If you do, if memories are jogged as the day goes on, I'm sure I will be back, and you can let me know if you've seen any or know what else happened last night. Any information would be greatly appreciated.
Of course I will.
Have a good day, Doctor. Excuse me, Reverend.
You go for the door, and like the door is like still locked. And he looks at you, and then you unlock the door, and then open it and walk out.
Can't be too careful these days, as we saw last night. And then he closes the door.
He shall be with you. All right. Okay, Raleigh, what are you up to?
Well, I've been mulling it over, Patrick. And I was like, oh, well, I should go check in with my guard commander, but I've got a little bit of business if you're ready for that.
Sure. Now,
but we don't have to do that right now if you don't want to.
The first thing that happens is where are you staying at Caldwell Manor right now?
I would assume that we probably are either there or probably like put up in like a building on the grounds, I would guess.
When after you wake up in the morning, you are fetched by Mr. Filch, who informs you that the Captain Jean de Claw is there to see you.
Well, all right then. I'll see him.
Captain Jean de Claw is of the South Hall Red Guard. He's wearing his red uniform. He's got a like a very large mustache that is twirled up. And when you enter the foyer where he is standing, he just bows to you and says, "Captain, I'm here to see you."
Raleigh will bow back and just kind of say, "What can I do for you, sir?"
Captain, I am here to inform you that I am well, by order of my commanding officer, I will be conducting an investigation into the disappearances last night and the attack by those horrible masked individuals. As a professional courtesy, I have come to inform you that I will be conducting that investigation.
I see. All right. Have you cleared it with Lady Caldwell?
I am not under Lady Caldwell's payroll at the moment. This job is for the Johann Morius.
Oh, well,
yeah.
I see. Well, if you'd like to conduct any sort of investigation on the grounds, we will have to clear it with her ladyship. You understand? It's not really my...
I understand completely. I am here only as a professional courtesy to you out of respect for your position and the reputation of our competitors, the Brass Jacks. In addition, it is... I want you to know this is nothing personal. This is just business. But I will be finding them as soon as possible. And if that... I apologize if that has any negative impact upon your career. As I said, it is purely professional.
I love this conversation so much. Raleigh is a little bit taken aback by this, and just kind of is sort of just nodding along, like a little bit bemused, like as he's saying all of these things, and he says, "Right, well, as a professional courtesy in that case, then, Captain, please consider myself a resource in your investigation if there's any way that I can be of help to you."
That will not be necessary. However, I have come with the piece of information for you. Again, as a sign of goodwill, to show that I, again, have no ill will towards you. We have reason to believe that the masks are using underground tunnels to get around the city. And I believe that you may wish to investigate any underground passages that lead to or from this building, as they may have been used. And you may wish to secure those if they are not already secure.
I appreciate the tip. I would like to ask something again, purely from a professional standpoint.
Yes, of course.
Why would you not follow up on that lead yourself?
Oh, I have followed up on this lead already myself. My men are searching the tunnels as we speak. However, I have come into some information that this perimeter is not entirely secure, and I thought that that you should be made aware of that situation.
This guy's just throwing the most courteous punches he possibly fucking can.
Just kicking the shit out of you.
Just
kindness.
kicking the shit out of Raleigh. Right. Well, again, I appreciate the courtesy, and I appreciate the tip, and I will make sure to follow up on it as well. Yeah. Well, again, Captain, I will say, if you plan to stick around on the Caldwell grounds, you will need to check in with her ladyship. And as a precaution, and again as a courtesy, I would ask that one of my men be present with you, or any of your men, at any time that you are patrolling or otherwise investigating any areas of the grounds, as it were.
Yes, I have everything that I need from this crime scene already. Thank you very much.
Right. Excellent. Well, thank you very much, Captain, and I'm sure that Filch will see you out.
Yes, of course. You missed. There's a bit of glass there on the floor.
Yeah. Yes. Yep.
Farewell, Captain. And he turns around, but your attention is drawn to the glass that he pointed out.
Mm-hmm.
And you bend down to pick it up, and it's like curved glass, like it came from like a cup, or it must have been something even smaller than that, like a vial or something. And there on the inside of it is just like a thin layer of like this oily black substance.
Well, he's going to put it in his pocket, and he's going to confirm his suspicions with Dorian at some point. This is really not fucking Raleigh's day right now. It's not Raleigh's day, especially not what he wants to do next. None of this is Raleigh's day. All right, should we do that, or should I wait?
You want to go talk to Dorian?
Well, no. Do the other thing.
What's the other thing?
With the money.
Oh, yeah.
Should we wait on that, or do you want to do that now?
We should do that. We should do that.
Okay.
All right. Raleigh, you ring the door, or rather, knock on the door to a small apartment in the southwest corner of Arkaedyva. Very near, in fact, to where Dorian is right now.
Oh, wow, convenient.
A young, tired-looking woman answers the door. Give me a second.
Oh, it's fine. I got disconnected from the game, so I'm logging back in.
A young, tired-looking woman answers the door. You've met this woman before. Her name's Margaret. Seeing you, seeing the look on your face, you can see realization sweep over hers. Captain?
Margaret. I don't suppose anyone's come to see you recently, from the company.
Nope.
Right. Well, that's good. I would prefer to have the chance to tell you myself. Well, it's about Duncan, Marge. He, well, he, I regret to inform you that, as of last evening, Private First Class Duncan was killed in the line of duty. He performed his duties honorably, and he was the pride of the men under my command. And I want you to know that, well, there's really nothing I can say to make any of this better, is there? But I want you to know that he was a good man, and that I was very lucky to have known him and to have served with him.
So that's that then. She is struggling to hold it together, but doing so. She shakes her head a little bit. Well, thank you, Captain Rowley. Now, if
there is just one more small thing. Well, a few. His personal effects will be sent along to you. They should arrive within the next few days. I'll make sure that the boys get on it right away. His pay up until the end of the month, as well as a small bonus, or rather, well, a bit extra. And he reaches down to his belt and he pulls out the bag of 10 taler that he won from Marius. And he holds it out to her and says, This is, well, I just here. And he hands it to her. It's, I know it's just money, and it's not gonna bring him back, but just to make sure that you,
Captain, if you could kindly get the fuck off my porch right now. I think if you stay a moment longer, I might kill you.
He swiftly bows and will walk away. And he is absolutely holding back tears.
She closes the door behind. Closes the door as you turn around. And as soon as she does so, you can hear muffled sobs coming from the other side.
Raleigh will quickly kind of wipe his eyes on his sleeve, like sort of like as if they're maybe like some dust got in them or something. And he'll straighten back up after that, and he will set out to look for Dorian.
Okay. Anastas.
Ah! Yes.
What's going on, buddy?
Anastas stares in silence at the masses beneath him and looks over to Constantine. Is this the product of your work?
As you know, not all that are risen do so fully. No other place to house them. Yes, this is the product of our work. And
you are succeeding where others are failing. However, without the rituals and trainings in Kashtop, you know these are but lost children. They're dangerous. What?
They are a means to an end. They are a tool. Surely you must see that.
Constantine. Letting them loose on the city will do nothing but produce more corrupted.
Who said anything about unleashing them on the people of the city? I'm a Gerdanian citizen. I was there when the city fell. And by the powers of the Najit, I was risen and I was brought back. But the Endara are not going to stop at Gareth. They are coming from Arkaedyva too. And unless we have a force here that is going to be able to repel them, they will burn the city to the ground.
Anastas puts a hand on his shoulder. I apologize for mistaking your intentions. There's been a lot of death of humans and our kind, and I was quick to assume you would cause harm. That was wrong of me. I was like these ones down here for some time, and I watched how they ripped Hadron champions, Korovid champions, to pieces as we took the holy city. This flock will prove useful weapon against the Endara.
I fear that it will not be enough.
Certainly will not, and that is what we are working on. We will protect Arkaedyva, but it will take all of us. The university, the burghers, the masks, and the refugees who hide from us and shun us.
They do not understand. But we will make them. Horatio has a plan. I just wish that he was here.
Well, I wish to recover him, and to that, I will leave now to do so. Thank you for your trust, Constantine.
Yes. Thank you, Anastas.
Should we not recover Horatio, I will lead you with honor.
Thank you for showing me hope once again.
and I make my leave to meet up with young Dorian.
Okay. So, you all reconvene outside the gate to the university? Is everyone cool with that?
Works for me.
Works for me.
Sure.
Excellent.
On the way back from the professor's family's home, Dorian would just like to take a moment, kind of pausing outside of his home, and just pull out his journal and kind of holding on to it, look up at Professor Eoqialyn and say, "Promise is a promise." And hand the journal over to him.
He grabs it. And he nods and he pats you on the shoulder.
Do not push yourself, Professor. And I look forward to working with you and achieving what we can. Now let's go talk to the headmaster.
Do you guys need to talk about anything before we head on into this encounter?
Oh, I am not ready to divulge that information whatsoever.
Anyone else?
I don't think I have anything that I need to talk about before I'm ready to go.
Not particularly.
I do have that thing I want to ask Dorian about the vial, but like that can wait.
Okay, so we are going to the university to divulge what happened to us to the headmaster, right? We are going to find information on the corruption and what we can do to try and stop it. We are looking into the lumidium shortage for the weapons. Is there anything else I'm missing that we need to do at the university?
You guys do have a vial of something that you're not sure what it does?
Right,
Oh,
yeah. As a more
Twilight
minor thing.
nectar,
Yes.
Yep.
Twilight serum, or Twilight tincture. Twilight tincture.
Twilight tincture. Yeah,
Twilight
as a more
tincture.
minor thing, we can definitely explore that a little bit too.
Okay. I just want to make sure I've got everything straight.
So,
That's everything.
At this point, we've gone an hour and a half without a break, so I do want to take just a quick 5 here. So we'll be back at 9:30. And I want you all to think, you all are going to have... I want to finish up before 10:30. Is it okay if we go to 10:30?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's fine.
Cool. Then we're going to have about an hour. So each of we're going to have a conversation with the headmaster, with everyone. Each person is going to get to do like one thing at the university. So like, think of the thing that you want to go do. And then we will go do that. We're going to get through them quick. And then I don't think we're going to get to the last thing that I wanted to do, but I will just foreshadow it. And then we will start next week with it. So
2 weeks.
2 weeks. Yep. Thank you. And you're not going to
And I won't be here.
be there. Okay. Okay. Good to know. All right. So quick 5. Be back at 9:32.
Oh, the bouncer.
Otherwise, yeah.
Yep. Okay, so it's on. There's an emulator called PCSX2.
Oh yeah, I've used that before.
Yeah, so we can play it on that, and then that's how we would do a let's play. Because then we could use OBS to record it.
So, how about that session so far? We've not even gotten it. So my plan for the session was the university.
was the whole plan.
Yeah.
We have not gotten to my plan yet.
We rounded out all the edges before going to the university.
Mm-hmm.
Now we don't have a bunch of like stuff that's brewing while we're there. Well, actually, now we only have stuff that's brewing while we're there, because otherwise it would not be brewing.
Except for one. Still need to find her.
Yeah, we don't know where Bridget is, and the Dr. Horatio is missing. Did not see that coming. That was a twist.
My guess is that
the
Bridget will...
doctor was Horatio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why didn't he tell me? What a fuck! What was he planning on doing at midnight?
I mean, like, by the time that you got there, the party was winding down. So, like, it's reasonable that, like, he might have just been like, I'm gonna leave the party and then get there.
You threw too many hooks at us for us to not go after these before going into the university path.
A lot of loose ends.
As we feel like well, see here, I'm kind of sketched out about the university because, well, we can't do the dungeon dive for like a couple days.
Correct.
Because Anastas is in a bad way.
Bad way.
Yeah.
Correct.
All right.
Well, we could. It would just be an awful idea.
And not be smart.
No, not a so smart idea. All right. Well, let's get into it.
Yeah.
Let's find my.
I want a Pop-Tart.
Yo, I just finished eating Pop-Tarts.
I know, that's why I want one. Sorry. Pat.
A towering iron-wrought gate guards the path winding up the hill to the imposing Gothic building beyond. Wow, that was way more music than I thought it was going to be. All right. Jagged, spindling towers jut from the old stone buildings and scraggled trees and brush that dot the grounds. From here, the building seems abandoned, quiet and still, with no trace of life but for the birds cawing above you. As you approach the gate, two guards that appear to be students of the university, wearing student garb but with sashes, and wielding bolt throwers, appear out of seemingly out of nowhere. And they stop you at the gate, but with the invitation from the headmaster, they do allow you to pass and up the hill. When you get to the main building, there are heavy wooden doors at the front of at the top of a small staircase. And Dorian, as you approach, you are suddenly nostalgic again. For the first time that you walked up these steps and into these doors. Much more hopeful times back then.
Feels like a lifetime ago. Kind of look up at the arches. Alright, let's go.
The heavy wooden doors open into a dark atrium. Its walls a deep red, its floors a deep earthy wood. Little light trickles in from outside, and instead, a spare few candles provide the flickering luminescence. Wails and cries, both human and inhuman, echo from the creaking walls. A haggard professor rushes past you and up the grand stair at the end of the atrium, seemingly not even registering your presence.
What on earth is going on here?
You look around, you hear the shouts are coming from the east side, the shouts and the crying, wails as if people in pain is coming from the east side of the atrium, which you know leads towards the dormitories. Whereas most of the classrooms and lecture halls are to the right. At the top of the stair, so like the staircase leads up and then splits in front of you, and coming down the stairs is the very gaunt frame of the headmaster, and he seems to have appeared as if an apparition just appeared there suddenly. Dorian.
Hello, headmaster. What is that sound?
Come, Dorian. We have much to discuss.
All right then. I hope it's all right that I brought along Professor Cullen and my friends.
We will need all the help that we can get.
Oh, I was really hoping you wouldn't say that.
Come, he says as he turns and he floats up the staircase and towards what you know to be his office.
Fucking floats?
Seems to.
I'll never understand how he does that. And then Dorian will follow.
The office, much like the rest of the university, is only dimly lit by the flickering light of worn-down candles strewn haphazardly around the room, most burned down to nothingness in pits and in piles and pools of wax that drip down the shelves and tables upon which they stand. Bookshelves, neat and orderly, line the walls, and many tomes, with the many tomes interspersed with dozens of jars filled with heads, both human and animal, suspended in pale green fluid. A vague odor of chemicals permeates the room, and at the far end is a large, stately desk with several reading stands, each bearing its own enormous book arrayed around the reader, most of them leather-bound with yellowing pages. Stands holding jars and vials surround them, too, and a menagerie of papers cover the remaining desk space. On the wall is a life-sized diagram of a Yoran Hadra, their 6 arms outstretched around them, with each muscle and organ painstakingly diagrammed and labeled. The Hadra's expression is wide, as if filled with terror, and its gaze stares unnervingly into the space just above your head, as if something is lurking just behind you. The headmaster gestures for you to sit at several chairs and a small couch that are arrayed in front of his desk, and he takes his place behind the desk itself. As you can see, our university is encountering troubled times of late.
I would certainly say so, Professor. What's happened?
Dorian, you may be aware that the source of much of our university's prosperity has been in both our technological advancements and in the lumidium crystals which have been mined from the caverns beneath our great university, in addition to the knowledge that is held within our library. We have been able to bring much to Arkaedyva and to the rest of the world. However, the corruption that has plagued so much of our world in the past months has also plagued this institution. The caverns beneath beneath the library are no longer accessible. And roughly 6 months ago, we determined that anyone who ventures down there returns bearing the mark of that plague. There was an incident a few weeks ago, and for that reason we closed the university to ensure the safety of both our students and the people of Arkaedyva, but nearly half of the student population is currently either bedridden or otherwise incapable of performing their duties as students, and roughly 75% of the faculty is in the same position.
What do we know of this corruption, this plague?
I have been asking myself that very question for the past months, and unfortunately have come to very few conclusions. The corruption seems to be either a wave or perhaps particles. We are uncertain. It seems to permeate very fabric of reality. Some places bear more of it than others, but as far as we can tell, it is everywhere, all the time, all at once. The caverns beneath the city seem to be a pool of it, a concentration, and it spells insanity or death for anyone who should venture down there. Which is why I have been so keen on speaking with you, Anastas.
Hoping to bend your ear. So?
Anastas, you are a Najit, and as far as we know, Najit bear the same resistance to the corruption as do the Hadra. I was hoping that by making a study of it, we could understand more about the corruption and your resistance to it, and that in so doing we might devise a defense against it.
Perhaps even a cure.
I'm hesitant to refuse, however, for me, the simplest way is for living people to become like I am. I know not what you could pull from my form, but if it will help cure this corruption, my body is yours.
I appreciate that. Dorian, did you tell me anything about the experience that you had last night at the party that should be something that I'm asking about now? Or do I not know about that?
I believe we had decided to speak about it here in private.
Yes, of course. I'm intrigued by the story that you have to tell.
Well, it began, as you know, we were searching out.
He puts his hand up. All of you were involved in this?
Well, I mean, Millie wasn't, but, myself, Professor Colin, Alexander, and Anastas, yes.
Okay. Don is stepping out for the night. Apparently something came up at work. So, with that in mind, we are going to... yeah, we're gonna finish this up. We're gonna go as fast as we can. We're gonna, and then he can watch the ending of it, because I don't think Raleigh's gonna really have too much to do in the university itself. Sure. As long as he gets caught up, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay. So, I'm sorry to cut you off, Peach. So Dorian was saying, yes, you are all involved in it.
Just for the sake of time, because this is something that we've explained before. I am going to
will wish to speak with all of you individually, such that your stories do not influence each other. Perhaps I can then get to the bottom of this.
Would it please you?
Yes, that is what we shall do.
Right,
is
then.
there anything else you wish to discuss before we get the process started?
I'm sure my questions will be answered in time.
Is the library currently accessible?
Yes, the library is accessible and is being stalwartly manned by our young Miss Fry.
Then, if it's not too much of a bother, would it be all right, seeing as Millie had no hand in this, if she were to spend some time there while we have this conversation with you?
Yes, well, I will be speaking with you each individually, so you can each go do something while I'm speaking to the others.
Right. I thought we all had to kind of wait around outside the office waiting our turn, but that makes much more sense.
Mm-hmm.
See, that's why you're the headmaster. Just like a sad little half chuckle.
Indeed. Well, if there is nothing else, who would like to go first? All right. There are several places in the university which you might like to explore. Peach, I know that you had discussed talking to the mythology professor,
yes.
And going down to the weapons place, the applied sciences laboratory.
Yes.
And then there's also the library, and there's somebody, if you want to go to the dormitories to see what's going on there, you can do that. There appears to be some activity in the physics laboratory going on, if you want to check that out. Or anything that I didn't think of.
I want to see everything.
I know you do. You have to pick one, though, and you can send your compatriots to go do 2 other things.
Okay. As in, I should pick that now, or we need to decide who's talking?
You should talk amongst yourselves about who's going to do what, and then we're going to go through and we're going to do those things.
Okay, so I think Dorian is going to go see the mythology professor regarding what's like physically happening to him and hopefully us with this whole other soul being inside of us.
Okay.
Professor Colin would probably want the library.
Well, You could send Professor Colin to the library, but unless there's a PC there, I'm not going to, like...
Oh, that's fair.
Say what's happening.
I've got the tincture, so whatever is going to be the most reasonable for looking into that, I'd imagine library or chemistry, apothecary kind of thing.
You could
And
also...
Anastas will do whatever Dorian needs. I'm thinking applied sciences, but I think I might just be horrified.
Yeah, I was just thinking that you're probably not the person for the job for the applied sciences.
Nor am I the person the job for the dormitory.
The other thing that you could do with Anastas is send either Millie or the professor with him.
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
Perhaps have Millie go with Anastas to
Applied
the applied
sciences.
sciences.
Sounds good.
Okay. Cool. Who wants to go first?
I am running to my front door very quickly.
Okay.
Like 30 seconds.
Somebody else then.
I'll go first.
Okay. And you are going to the library?
No,
mythology professor.
Dorian was going to the mythology professor.
Yes. Okay.
Do we need to cover what's happening with the headmaster, or are we going to do that later?
I am assuming that you guys are just going to tell the story that has happened so far.
Yeah, I was going to clarify when we had that talk that Dorian would absolutely be 100% honest with him.
Got it. Okay.
Just like he was with his parents.
Yeah, okay. And so then so Dorian, you are 100% honest with the professor, and he sagely nods as you go through the interview and writes several notes telling you that he will compile questions and bring them up with you later. Okay. At that point, you head towards the library. Arkaedyva's grand library spirals down below you, 20 stories or more before disappearing into blackness. You sort of walk out and there's this like large hole, this chasm, and the staircase winds around it. The sounds of footsteps and shuffling echo around you and down the chasm, a quiet cacophony of lingering ambience. Lanterns of lumidium ring the shelves, which extend outwards like spokes from the spiral staircase. Each shelf is stacked to the brim in tomes and scrolls and papers of all sort, stacked and shelved in a sort of catastrophic order that implies a system to the madness, or at least the semblance of one. Your mind reels at the enormity of it, and you suddenly feel incredibly small amidst this vast world of knowledge. The librarian is an elegant young woman with blonde curls named Agnes, and she is sitting at a desk stamping books and sorting them when she sees you, and she smiles sweetly. "Hello, can I help you?"
I'm just a little confused. I thought we were going to see the professor.
You're totally
mythology.
right. You're totally right.
Yes. I was actually wondering if you could point me to the mythology.
Well played.
Genre. The.
Yes. You
histories and mythologies.
Took a wrong turn. It's right on the other side of the hall, sweetie.
Oh, thank you very much.
All right, you find the professor of mythology, Basil Strout, in her office in her small lecture hall. This is a cramped room that is filled with rather than desks, like beanbag chairs and cushions and things like that. She is right now like dangling off of a ladder, like searching through a huge bookshelf that is at the back of the room, and she is sorting books and reading one of them as she dangles off of this ladder. And when she hears you come in, she turns around. Guests! I will be right with you, and she slides down the ladder and like does a cartwheel and lands right in front of you. Professor Basil Strout, at your service. What can I help you with today?
Oh my, that was quite the entrance. Hello, Professor Basil Strout. My name is Dorian Caldwell. And I've...
Dorian of the House Caldwell. A strong name, but are you the warrior? No. The scholar? Yes, perhaps.
I don't know many Caldwell warriors, but there are quite a few academics.
Scholar comes to meet the professor. A meeting of the minds. A meeting for information, for mentorship and guidance. And the plot thickens.
Yes, well, I seem to have a bit of a situation, and, well, as you can see, and Dorian will remove his glove and roll up his sleeve. I don't know what's happening to me.
So the scholar comes to the professor with a medical issue that defies the expectations of the medical establishment. I have been saying for a long time, those scientists, they speak only in facts but not in truth. You come to Professor Basil Strout for truth, do you not? Truth about what is becoming of you, and why, pray Dorian, young scholar, do you think that I should know of such things?
Because I have visited the grave of Isho.
And the nature of your quest thus is revealed.
Yes.
Meeting with the divine. Meetings with the divine always leave their mark. It's different for all of us.
But, I mean, that's all... Excuse me, but, I mean, no one else throughout history without this religious... No one else who has claimed to see the divine have these sorts of physical showings, do they not?
Everyone who witnesses the divine walks away with a scar of some sort. Sometimes they live inside the mind, sometimes the spirit, sometimes on the body. As I said, everyone is different. You, it seems to indicate a fiery spirit. Interesting. A fiery scholar. Now that doesn't make sense. Who are you? What part in this story do you have to play? I guess we are going to find out, aren't we?
Truly hope so.
But what is your quest? I know the nature of your journey, but not where it is going, not where it has come from and why. Tell me, what do you seek? Dorian the scholar. Dorian the pyromancing scholar. Fiery soul inside the crooked body of a young man. A soul perhaps more fiery than the vessel it has been given.
I seek the strength to help those that cannot help themselves.
Ah, you seek strength, but there are many ways to find strength, are there not? Everyone finds their own path. What is your path to strength, Dorian?
I don't know. Perhaps that's why I've come to talk to you.
Aha! And so we come to the point of it. We are looking for ways to find strength. We've been touched by the divine. Perhaps divine strength is what we seek. And she leaps up onto the ladder and pushes herself across the bookshelf, climbs a few steps, and pulls out an enormous tome. And it reads the Saga Eoka. And she drops it onto the desk, and it lands. There's dust that flies up as she does so, and she whips it open. Divine power we seek. Everyone has found their own path to it, but let's find some examples. Let's see. Venice destroyed her enemies for power. Isho himself found power through knowledge. What knowledge? We don't know, but that is certainly how it came about it. Then there's also Rui, the law, for whom power was thrust upon responsibility. And here, I think that this one would do perfectly. Banat. No, that's not right. Queenot? No. Barulo, the fiery spirit. Yes. Barulo. She flips through some pages and opens up to the story of Barulo. Barulo found power in a primal flame, a flame that does not go out, a flame of power. Was able to draw from, went on a journey deep into the mountains far off, and found it hidden in secret. Came back with fire and brought it to his people. Perhaps your journey is one of seeking that sacred fire, that primal flame, delving into the underworld like the great heroes.
I feel as though I've spent my whole life seeking things. Delving into the dark for treasures of a lost age.
Sometimes to find the thing that we want, we have to go to the place that we least want to go.
You believe I should follow in this Barulo's footsteps?
Can't hurt.
Does it mention what mountains in particular that he
Of course not. We are dealing in the world of mythology, my boy.
So he may have never gone into one at all.
Perhaps.
Is there anything upon the roots of this divine power? What it came from for these beings? Did they spark it themselves? These Eoka?
Well, see, that's a matter of some debate now, isn't it? For the Saga Eoka would have you believe that it was provided to them by the unknowable, that the unknowable had power and divided it amongst them. But so too are their stories of finding power and being given power both. Perhaps it is a little of both.
Are you suggesting that I have some sort of Eoqialyn soul or spirit residing inside of me.
And why not? When the unknowable passed from this world, it divided its soul. Passed it down to its forebears, to the Eoka, and with it they created the world as we know it. Perhaps Isho has done the same to you.
Perhaps.
Or maybe you just got burned on the hand. Who knows? Well, I have much to attend to, and so your journey carries you elsewhere, into the beyond.
It wasn't exactly just a burn. The fire literally sprang forth from my hand.
That sounds dangerous. She says as she pushes you out the door and closes it behind you.
Oh, that was basically useless.
All right, who wants to go next? Alexander?
Sure.
All right, so Alexander, you are searching for someone that can tell you about the Twilight Tincture. First of all, what do you tell the professor, the headmaster, when you sit down with him? What do you tell him about the story of what happened to you?
I will tell him everything I know, because there is a curiosity of what's going on that supersedes any deflection he might have.
Interesting. Okay. Cool. When asking the professor about the tincture, he looks at it and he says that he's not. He does dabble in the chemical. However, if you want to find a real answer for what is in that bottle, that you should go speak with Professor Claudia Waverly, who is the current chemistry teacher. However, she has her hands full as she is tending the corrupted patients in the dormitories.
Well, I've certainly had some experience with that, so I'm going to go to the dormitories to find...
We always seem to find you in this situation.
Convenient.
Conveniently.
Is it gonna be? It's gonna be Bridget, isn't it? Son of a bitch! Yeah, so he'll go to the dorms to find the professor.
The dormitories, much like St. Avelin's Cathedral, are filled with corrupted patients screaming in agony. Oh. Many of them have been restrained to their beds. Some stare flat affect, their faces completely stony, staring out windows or at walls. Others sit in corners, mumbling to themselves, drawing things on the walls with their fingers or writing utensils on the floors. Several have twisted expressions and sores that cover their body, either laughing or smiling or crying at seemingly nothing. One of the nurses rushes past you, holding a bubbling container of fluid. As she gets moves past you, she says, "Out of the way before you get somebody killed."
I will move out of the way, but watch her as she continues her work.
She rushes to one of the beds and she holds up the vial and tinks it a few times, and then fills a syringe with it, administering it to one of the patients who is currently thrashing around in their bed, screaming. Their face is covered in these sores and scratch marks from themselves where they've been scratching out their eyes. And after a few moments, the thrashing and the bubbling at the mouth calms, and the patient falls into rest. The professor sits in the chair next to the bed, and you can see that she is absolutely exhausted.
He will approach her. Do I have the
Darling,
pleasure?
can I help you?
Yes. Do I have the pleasure to be speaking to Professor Waverly?
The one and only.
Well, I had some questions for you, but you appear to be, well, you have your hands full. Do you have a moment?
Truthfully, no. Let's walk and talk.
I can do that. And I've helped a little with the corrupted as well before. If I may be of some assistance as we discuss things, I can
Do you know
offer
how to change a bandage?
I've done it many a times.
Tell you what, if you can go up this row and change the bandages on these beds, I will give you 5 minutes of my time.
That should be more than enough.
All right. For the third time in this campaign, you find yourself in a sick ward changing bandages.
Hello, nurse.
Like, honestly, I feel like you should probably take Medicus as an ability.
Starting to look that way.
Give it to him half off or something.
Yeah. So yeah, you go up and down the line of beds, changing the bandages. And does anything bad happen to you? Can you make a cunning check while you do that?
Sure. Did it go? Oh, there it goes. Hold on. There we go.
Okay. So as you are going up and down the beds, you find one student has like their head bandaged up, and they're holding a book in their hands. And as you approach the bed with clean bandages in hands, the student looks up at you and hands you the book.
Oh, what do you appear to be reading there, sir? Take a look at it.
The book has no name. It is a large black tome, old and heavy, with yellowing pages. And the page that it is open to describes a grisly death scene. Peach, what is the horrifying death that is described on this book?
Ooh.
Do I have any context as to what the book is about?
It is describing a horrible death. It can be anything you want it to be.
It is describing the horrible death of...
It's not of a person. Well, like, it's describing a person, but I know who the subject is. You just have to tell me what the death is. Like, how it happens.
They are mauled horribly by a pack of very angry Korovid Hadra.
Excellent. Yeah, the body is like ripped apart and torn. And the last page, or the last sentence on the page reads, "And that is how you will die, Alexander."
I'll kind of just look at the patient. Bit morbid reading we're doing here today. Wouldn't imagine you'd be doing that in your condition. Mind if I hang on to this?
Hang on to what? When you look down, the book is gone.
You're a magician. Well, you get some good rest then. I hope those bandages are nice and tight. And a bit, he'll just kind of adjust his collar and move on. But, kind of turning back around at that patient every step of the way, not really wanting to keep him out of his sight too much.
Excellent. You clean all of the bandages for that row of patients, and Professor Waverly then gives you 5 minutes of her time. Now, what was it, darling, that you wanted me to take a look at?
Well, I have even more questions now. My brain is one of those things at this point, but I believe that'll have to wait, and a psychologist or something will have to do. But in this case, I have a vial here that I believe your expertise could come in handy, and he'll hold out the Twilight Tincture. This was found by myself not too long ago, and I was curious about it.
Yes, Twilight Tincture, used very commonly to preserve bodies, so that they might show up at the funeral reeking of something other than death. However, my understanding is that when ingested specifically by the risen Najit, that it will stall the process of necrosis.
Interesting. So, is this a common practice by
Not that I've heard of. The Najit seem to be very fond of their skeletal appearances, but presumably using this, a young Najit could maintain their form, their humanoid form, appear as a human does, at least for a short time.
That is very interesting. Wow. Why do you think one would do that? It's just a bit odd, isn't it? If they are so proud, is it?
Could say.
Well, that is very, very interesting. Human uses, anything besides preserving bodies, is this something that's traded to Najit at times, or is it something that...
Well, like I said, it counteracts the effects of necrosis, so if you had some sort of... I use it occasionally for... to help assist with wounds or the like that have dead cells.
Interesting. Well, apologies for something, relatively so mundane. I have not encountered this really myself.
No, it's a rather odd tincture. I'm surprised that you tracked it down.
Well, you never know what one might find. It's a strange world out there.
Yes, I would. Speaking of rare tinctures, I would like to get my hands on some sap. Perhaps then we could treat some of these patients a little bit more effectively. And if I had more time, we could perhaps be working on distilling a more potent cure. But unfortunately, we have neither the time nor the supplies now, do we?
It does seem like every building seems to be filling up more and more with patients.
Sure does. Is there anything else you needed?
Not at this time, but I may be back with more questions, and of course I will happily trade some time. I'm becoming quite good at this, I think.
I think you are. Very good. If you need anything else, I will be here.
Absolutely.
Anastas, you're going to see Applied Sciences.
Yeah.
Excellent.
With the young Mildred.
With the young Mildred, she is... The whole time that you are walking, she is staring at you unnerved. You're really tall.
I am. It is a blessing most times, but these cramped, some of these rooms are not fitting. Anyway, what is it we are looking for here in this wing?
Well, Dorian said that he wanted to go to the Applied Sciences Laboratory and see make sure that they are working on something to make those devices more safe. I swear it's around here somewhere. And she walks into a room. This room is dominated by a huge oscillating device. It is the room. The oscillating device is like a series of like semicircular arms that sort of can all like wrap around one another. Concentric. There are magnets attached to it, and critically, several lumidium crystals are like attached to some of these arms in various different locations.
Like big ones?
Like big ones, yeah. The same ones that are used on the guns, the big bright ones. Ropes and pulleys hang from the ceiling, some supporting devices, others are just like simple for moving large pieces of machinery that fill every corner of the room. The room is orderly but packed. Like it is difficult to move, although everything is like put away nicely. It's just very cramped in here. At the center of it all is a professor with circular glasses and a very short cut hair. He's a bit of a physically larger man, not like he's not like huge, but like he's a large, imposing man, but like kind of working at this small little desk, which is a little comical. He is scribbling at a notebook while hastily calibrating the machine's many dials and cranks. Not looking up from his work, he says, "I am sorry, I am not accepting any visitors at this time. I am incredibly busy."
But surely guests of the headmaster are an exception.
Certainly they are not an exception. I am performing critical work for the headmaster even as we speak. So if you care about the future of humanity, you will leave me be to my work.
And you are responsible for the bolt casters?
Certainly not. You are looking for the Applied Sciences Laboratories that is right across the halls. This is a physics laboratory. Here we are dealing with matters of life and death, of pushing off the corruption for as long as we can, and perhaps creating areas where we will no longer have to deal with it. However, this is very sensitive work, and I require
We will
concentration.
leave you to it. Apologize for interrupting, and young Mildred, you will guide us to the correct wing, I am sure.
Very good. Millie just like backing out of the room. Sorry. And she goes across the hall to the Applied Sciences Laboratory. Unlike the physics labs, Applied Scientists is a true disaster of spare parts, papers, and widgets. Two grad students are manning the room right now. And as you walk in, you hear a small explosion. There is like smoke that like starts pouring out of one of the rooms. One of them is coughing as he like steps out. The other one's like hair is like up on end, and he's like wiping the grease and soot from his eyes. And the younger one, the first one that came out, like sees you and he's like, oh, we got visitors.
It is not a wonder why those things explode.
What things explode? We got lots that explodes around here. By the way, I'm John.
Hello, I am Anastas, and this is my good friend Mildred.
Nice to meet you.
Are here to discuss on behalf of the burgers and the headmaster, the production of stable boltcasters.
Okay, give me a second. Right, you looking for that stable bowcat? I swear to God, next time they come in here, we're gonna put something, we're gonna regulate on there, but I need to pay attention to my work, you know what I'm saying?
Your devices have already taken a life, and not from whence they were shooting.
Yeah, look here, man. So, we'd love to be working on the bolt casters right now, but unfortunately, we have been reassigned to a different duty, because of the lack of the lumidium crystal power sources. Sure, you understand. It's very complicated, but we don't have any. So, in the meantime, we've been spending the past, 6 weeks or so making these damn oil arrows. I swear to God, and we're making oil arrows.
Oh. For which to throw fire by bow.
Well, not to throw fire so much as to they explode with oil on impact. It's a two-step process right now. But we got this letter from this man, Dorian or some such.
A dear friend of mine, yes. He's here with us.
Your friend is the one who's... I've been sitting on my ass making oil arrows for the past 6.5 weeks because of your friend.
You will find them to be quite effective when fielded. Do you understand their use?
Yeah, it's a two-stage weapon or one-stage weapon if you're dealing with a pyromancer. Now, if you're dealing with a pyromancer, you hit them with the oil. Next time they go to use pyromancy, it's going to explode in their face.
That is who we're using them against, yes.
Yes, but also applicable in non-pyromancer situations. You just need to follow up with these fire arrows that we're working on right now.
This is a design that I can get behind. Yes. I'm good to know that your work has pivoted to something of merit. Those boltcasters were dreadful.
But that's not the real pride and joy that we got going on right here. Now, take a look at this. And he pulls out this like enormous crossbow that's got like a device attached to the bottom of this. Now this crossbow looks like a normal crossbow, and it is a normal crossbow. Can be used as a normal crossbow, but you can also use it with this. And he pulls out like a huge like grapple claw looking thing. With like a cable that attaches to it that like that winds around to like a big spool that's at the bottom of this thing. So you just load this in right here like this, and then you shoot it at something. But you shoot it at something like real tall that you need to like get up and then like it'll attach on. But that's not even the coolest part. Coolest part is this. Watch this. So he like fires it like up at the ceiling, and it like impacts in the ceiling and like claws on there. And there's like as you look up, there's holes all over the ceiling where they've just been doing this constantly. And he like attaches the cable to like a magnet device that's like on the spool, and when he hits it, the spool starts winding up on its own rapidly until the cable goes taut, and then it like slowly starts like pulling him upward. But we're talking like very slowly,
very
slowly, like unusably slowly.
He's like a few inches off the ground. He's like, yeah.
Like slowly. Look at how cool this is.
Actually, quite. You are doing phenomenal work here. What was your name?
Yeah, well, I'm John Blackwood, and that one over there, he's Screwhead. Don't call me Screwhead, my name is Angus. Yeah, it's Screwhead.
Oh, I am Anastas, and it has been a pleasure. However, I do have questions. Should you acquire more lumidium, which is on our task list to do for the Academy, do you plan on continuing manufacture of the bolt casters?
Well, yeah, sure. I'd be happy to do that if we could get access to more lumidium. But the newer ones take way longer to make.
And
They got this regulator on them.
Do not carry the same risks.
Well, yeah, if you know how to use it. I mean, like, it's the problem with safeties. Like, the safety's great, but you gotta have the safety on.
Those machines, they are weapons of fearsome destruction.
Well, see, the real problem is that each crystal comes kind of with its own resonance frequency, and so you gotta be able to calibrate on the fly depending on what ammunition you're throwing into this thing. So you gotta know how to regulate the capacitors here, and here let me show you. So and like he just starts going into technical bobble that is just like so far beyond what Anastas knows. Like what's Anastas's cunning?
Not
like 5. Like I wonder if Anastas can actually even read sometimes.
Yeah, he doesn't know anything about this at all. He can't even follow. So Anastas kind of
just like nodding along, like
yeah. So the common man is unlikely to handle this weapon effectively.
Well, yeah, it's gonna take training, is all I'm saying, like anything.
Not something that can be deployed swiftly.
Well, we're not just gonna throw this into the hands of any old Joe Schmo.
Well, that is what is happening.
I'm sorry, what?
Perhaps you missed me before. The bolt throwers that have been supplied to the mercenary companies of Arkaedyva have taken one innocent life and blown up one of the users already.
Well, shit.
I watched it turn a man to dust for running away.
Yeah, they work real good.
Yes. Fearsomely. But I don't know. Mildred, I've learned all I need.
Well, it sounds like the new ones are safer, but it does require training to use properly. I don't know if we're ever going to get around the problem that they're so powerful, though. I mean, at the end of the day, we're putting great and terrible power into the hands of mere mortals who make mistakes, and maybe that's just not a good thing.
I agree. I do not feel Dorian will feel the same.
But we also got a big problem on our hands, and then we got a whole bunch of really powerful people that want to kill all of us.
But it's clear that these individuals can create weaponry, or simpler means, that more people can use and maintain and deploy. I fear these bolt casters are not worth the investment of research and time.
Well, is it the problem that, like, the cat's out of the bag? Because if we don't do it, like, somebody else probably is going to, and then those guys are going to have the bolt throwers, and we're not going to have bolt throwers, and then what's going to happen?
Is that truly a possibility? Where else in the University of Arkaedyva could they be produced?
Well, they're already out in the world, right? So you just need to get some lumidium and have a little bit of know-how, and I'm sure someone could figure it out.
This is a dark path we have discovered.
Well, it's getting late. We should probably go talk to the headmaster again.
You are correct. Thank you for accompanying me. I'm sure you gathered more about their functionality than I have.
Yeah, no, I couldn't understand a word that guy was saying.
No.
You are a good companion for our Dorian.
I chose my companions for this quest poorly.
The character that does not want to see these things used ever again.
All right.
You suggested it.
It was better than me going to the dorms.
That's probably true.
All right. As the headmaster concludes his interviews with each of you, he gathers you all again into his study, where he is pacing back and forth. This is a interesting tale that you have told, and as I mentioned earlier, I should like to do some tests on each of you. But that will be for tomorrow. For tonight, I need to think on these matters and ruminate on what it could mean for us.
I'm sorry, run tests on us?
Yes. You see, I am seeking a physical evidence of this soul. This thing. Perhaps a heightened immune response, or some other... something that would prevent the corruption from affecting you in the same way that it affects a average human versus a Hadra. There must be some physical trace of it, and if I could just find that, then we could perhaps devise a way to recreate the same phenomena in humans.
That is a lot to think on.
It certainly is, which is why I think that we should all get a good night's rest. For those of us who rest. Now...
Quiet would be nice.
You are welcome to stay here, but the dormitories are a little... unrestful at the moment.
Right, I think I'll be staying at my house.
Yeah, I'd rather not stay in the dorms myself, personally.
So back to Caldwell Manor.
I shall see you all here on the morrow.
So you shall.
Thank you for your help, I suppose.
As you guys leave, Professor Callan sort of like raises his eyebrows at Dorian once he like closes the door behind you all to the headmaster's office. Yeah, that was a little concerning.
Yeah,
I'm a little concerned. Is anyone else a little concerned? I'm a little concerned.
That was certainly extremely creepy.
Bad vibes is how I would describe most of that, which I've been getting essentially since I've gotten in here.
I would offer that I be experimented on first. I think my body may withstand more.
You also were almost killed
Invasion.
not too long ago.
I'm not sure it's the best idea for you to do that on the morrow. I mean, you've barely began to recover.
How can we be sure what... I fear what these experiments might bring to you. and
Or we could just...
to Alexander.
Could we... I don't know, maybe just put a short pause on this whole experimentation thing?
He's your headmaster.
Your conversation is interrupted by a huge bang, like the crash of thunder. The entire building shakes with it. There are suddenly rumbling and shaking of pipes, and the buzzing of electricity, coming from down the staircase and to the left, which is towards the laboratories, specifically kind of in the direction that Anastas and Millie had been earlier today.
Yeah, that's the physics area.
Do we want to go investigate?
I think we rush there, right? Like,
I say we move.
So you rush to the sound, and as you get closer, the sounds are only getting louder. Inside, you are hearing the shouts of the professor, swears and profanity, and there's light there's like large blasts of light that are coming out from under the door. Are we opening this door?
oh God.
Well, we have to see if everyone's all right.
Stay back.
And I'll kind of like push the party behind me and like swing the door open and get behind the wall.
The enormous device at the center of the room spins violently on its many axes, a rotating maelstrom of semicircular arms. Lumidium crystals glow blindingly at its center. The professor, the physics professor, stares in awe at the machine from a bank of meters and levers that he's standing at, sort of up and to the left. He sees you entering, and he turns and he whips his head around. He says, No, get back, we're on this. He is cut off by a loud tearing sound, like fabric ripping. The room cracks with energy, and a bolt of lightning from the device explodes towards the desk behind the professor, and he is thrown forward with the force of it, flying down the staircase and onto the ground, where he lands with a thud. Suddenly, lightning is arcing all around the room in a cacophony of thunderous buzzing. And then you see it. At the center of the device is a tear. A window into like a dark space. The edges of it are like wavering, ghostly pieces of torn paper. And beyond this window, this tear that has appeared, you see movement, like the wings of bats or black birds. It's almost mesmerizing. Until a moment later, when out of the tear emerges a great, eyeless, plate-covered head, like a stony lizard with no features, a snake without a mouth, and a plate like a shield jutting from its forehead. Two clawed arms follow, and they grab onto the sides of this tear, and it pulls itself through and into the room, and around its neck you can now see are 6 humanoid skulls. And that is where we are going to end today's session.